communicate. Music it translates. Afrobeat brings fitness. My confidence can make you love me. Kuduro, music Africa. Kuduro was formed in Angola, 1980s. Afrobeat. If you love Africa, join me, come with us. Marimba of Zimbabwe, Kizombo of Angola, Marameta Mozambique, Sabu Sahara, African melodies. Bless you, Mama Daland. Say, I say, I say. Viva Africa, viva, viva, viva Africa, viva Kuduro, viva Africa, viva, viva, viva Africa, viva Macero. Hey, hey, hey. My Asian friends, America, let me see in Africa. Ilo piano, Caribbean, Nava Latino. Hi, Havana of Africa. We loving everybody. When you come to Africa, feel at home, oh body. No matter where you're from, don't worry, my friend. It's so wonderful when people meet. Viva Africa! Viva, viva, viva Africa! Viva Kuduro! Viva Africa! Viva, viva, viva Africa! Viva Macero! Yeah. Scream and shout, shake your body. I say scream and shout. Life is too short. No matter where you come from, Africa is your home. Scream and shout, come dance with me. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza mziki, cheza, hey. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza mwana wa Afrika, hey. Cheza, cheza, hey. Cheza baba, cheza, hey. Cheza, cheza, cheza mwana wa Afrika. Isundu of Senegal, Brenda Fassi, Ivoni Chaka Chaka, Kana Bongo Man, Kofi Olomide, Oliver Mutukuzi, Juliana Kanyomozi. File, file luta, file, Bongole, Harame, Harame, Samuel Eto'o, Harame, Harame, Yaya Toure, Didier Drogba, Baba Adebayo. East Africa, Mashariki, North Africa, South Africa, West Africa, Central Africa. Hey, oh Mama Africa, Eddie Kenzo Africa. Hey, Mama Africa.
Yes, good morning, colleagues. Mr. Josh, good morning. Hi, Yvonne.
Good morning, Doc. How are you?
I'm very well. How are you there?
I'm all right. How is Dubai?
All is well. All is well.
Good.
So I think we'll just wait for others to join. I'm also following up with Maureen. Then we will start. Yeah.
Okay.
Yes, Mr. Phineas, Liza, welcome to today's session.
Good morning.
Thank
Dr.
you.
Very well. Okay, we just wait for others, maybe 2 or 3 minutes, then we start officially.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Viva Africa, viva, viva, viva Africa, viva Kuduro, viva Africa, viva, viva, Mazalets, Afrobeat brings fitness. My confidence can make you love me. Kuduro, Music Africa. Kuduro was formed in Angola, 1980s. Afrobeat. If you love Africa, join me, come with us. Marimba Zimbabwe, Kizombo Bangora, Maramenta Mozambique, Sabu Sahara, African melodies. Bless you, my motherland. Say, I say, Viva Africa, Viva, Viva, Viva Africa, Viva Kuduro, Viva Africa, Viva, Viva, Viva Africa, Viva Macero. Hey, 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 my Asian friends, America, let me see in Africa. Piano, Caribbean, Nava Latino. Hi, Havana of Africa. We loving everybody. When you come to Africa, feel at home, oh body. No matter where you're from, don't worry, my friend. It's so wonderful when people meet. Viva Africa! Viva, viva, viva Africa! Viva Kuduro! Viva Africa! Viva, viva, viva Africa! Viva Macero! Yeah. Scream and shout, shake,
Good
shake
morning,
your body.
Dr. Justin.
I said scream and shout.
Yes, Mr. Josh, good morning. You're muted, Mr. Josh. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning. How are you?
Good morning. How are you?
Thank you. Mr. Josh, I'll hand over to you. Then I think we can start. And Yvonne, you can start us through if it's fine with you. I see Maureen is not yet here.
All right, thank you, Doc. Welcome,
Okay.
everyone. We hope
That's fine.
today's
Thank you.
gonna be.
Yep, I'll give Mr. Josh to give the opening and a bit of reflections. Then we start.
All right.
Yeah. Yes, Mr. Josh. Okay, I think, yes, go ahead.
Good morning. How are you doing today?
Very well, thank you.
Wonderful. We now have 11 participants, including facilitators. Can we start now?
Yeah, we can go ahead.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah. Yes, so just some quick reflections on yesterday, the key takeaways we had from our yesterday conversation. I'll just ask maybe one or two people as Yvonne will be setting herself up regarding this session. And I'm going to talk briefly as well about ISO DC, maybe just 5 minutes, and then we officially start. So I'll just call some names of people who were here yesterday, some key takeaways from our conversations, something that provoked your thought as we were discussing yesterday. And if I can start with forward, key takeaways from yesterday. Forward. You can unmute yourself. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Good morning.
Good morning.
Actually, for me, it was an eye-opener in terms of what is really needed in terms of the current challenges, in terms of what we call consulting. especially in light of the change which has been taking place. So for me, actually, it's my first time to attend this kind of workshops. It's actually a learning experience, and I'm hoping to learn more. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. An eye-opening and first time to attend this kind of workshops. Appreciate your feedback. Liza Musasengwa. Liza.
Thank you, Doc. Good morning.
Good morning.
This seminar was really an eye-opener, especially being a strategy and innovation student and being an aspiring consultant. I learned a lot with regards to that. As consultants, we do not know it all, but we should also be humble and co-create. That's all.
Thank you so much. As consultants, we do not know it all. We need to be humble and co-create with the client system. And I guess it makes sense to you and to everyone here that as consultants, we don't know it all. In fact, we might not know anything when we go into a client system. If I am to work with the Harare Institute of Technology today as a consultant, I'll be lying to myself if I say I know anything about Harare Institute of Technology. But Harare Institute of Technology knows what they want and what's happening in their system, and we join in as facilitators. Thank you, Liza, for that. Penelope Malunga. Penelope. Come back to you. Tatenda Gutu.
Okay, good morning, Doc.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the yesterday presentation. It was eye-opening, as other colleagues are alluding to. We learned a lot. I think the first thing yesterday that I learned is that as a consultant, we do not need to become men of ritualistic formality when it comes to maybe the consulting, just fitting the organization into some models, as we're talking about the pastel, just preparing a strategic document. But we need to come up with realistic solutions to businesses. And also I learned about evidence, that we should use evidence when it comes to consulting. So, and also issues of co-creation, that we need to move away from the way of an closed system of innovation, but maybe to co-creation. That's what I learned yesterday. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Not fitting organizations into prescribed models, in as much as the models might be transforming on paper, they might not be as transforming in organizations as we thought. So the idea of then co-creating and customizing and developing new models with client systems. We normally use models from multinational corporations. And as consultants, we feel very comfortable to be using a model that is developed by Deloitte and Touche or McKinsey as they were working with certain clients. But we are not developing our own models when we work with clients. So how about we start developing and co-creating certain models, which we then also populate out there for others to start using. So that idea of us co-creating new models with clients is quite fundamental. And thank you so much for bringing that up. Penelope Malunga. Yes, Penelope, we can't hear you. Still, we can't hear you.
I learned
Yes.
about creating a conducive environment for consultancy. where you level up your field so that everyone can feel comfortable with you and they are able to actually give you the information for it to be very productive.
Thank you. Creating a level playing field for engagement, for exploration, and for exploitation. And this gives people in the client system the space, psychologically safe space, to engage human beings and not seeing a consultant as a mini god or someone who has all the answers and is an expert in a particular field. So by creating that safe space for interactions, for candid conversations, that's where the new emerges from. But in traditional consulting, we have seen that consultants come and they're treated as very special people from everyone else in that system. And they are asked to stay in the conference hall, and they are provided unique treatment. And all they do is ask for documents and a bit of some interviews with managers and managers and supervisors. And eventually there's no newness that comes out of such interactions. So thank you, Penelope, for bringing that up, and the need to create psychologically safe space for people to engage, for people to interact. Who else was here yesterday? Patrick.
Unmuted. Thank you. I think a key theme that went through, other than moving from the expert, is also moving from problem-driven thinking to what do you want to create? So thinking that is closed around a problem to what is possible. So the whole process of creating something versus being stuck with a parameters of problem. Okay.
Yeah, sorry about that. Go ahead.
Oh, it's just the shift of mindset from problem-based to creation-based. One is a closed system to around the parameters of thinking about a problem to, hey, the world is ours. We can create something that really works for us. Thank you.
Thank you. So shifting our mindsets and the mindsets of the client from problem-based, problem orientation to possibility seeking, and being tactical along that shift, and ensuring that we harness the energies of the client to start creating and to bring newness to whatever will be on the table. Mr. Josh.
Okay, thank you so much. Yesterday we had great insights where you introduced us to transformational consulting, which is different from the traditional consulting that we know. So I began to realize the power or the role of transformational consulting within an organization, that an organization can actually use transformational consulting as a strategy to attain sustainable competitive advantage, as a strategy to be able to compete with other organizations. So it is just very key to make sure that we make use of transformational consulting, which is different from the traditional consulting that we know. And another key issues that we indicated, the issues to do with systems thinking, when you are trying to solve problems that organizations are facing, so that we solve problems holistically and not in parts. And another issue that was mentioned by Mr. Nyausaru, that was of interest. He talked of being future focused, which also is in line with what I call strategic foresight or futurology. When it comes to strategy, we need to be future thinkers and be able to understand what is likely to continue within an organization and what can possibly change, so that we can come up with informed decision making. And I think these are some of the issues. Even when he mentioned the principles of appreciation inquiry, when he talked of anticipatory principles, I discovered that we need to take into account our future studies when we are doing transformational consulting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Systems thinking and facilitating transformation in our interactions with clients and having that anticipatory perspective. In most of our organizations on the continent, there is the depth of imagination, where when we are doing strategy, we are just doing strategy for a short period of time, and there is no that real imagination to the broader picture of what we are trying to achieve as organizations. So as we walk into the client systems informed by the appreciative inquiry principle of anticipatory perspective, we need to start seeing things beyond the horizon and support client systems along that path. Dr. Makuku, we have 2 minutes for the reflections. Dr. Makuku, and then anyone else.
Thank you very much. It's a good day to everyone. Yesterday, a very highly enriching encounter which I had. I learned one thing that I will not forget is that always they start from the positives in order to encourage the client and personnel to see that they can achieve what they've done well previously. I also learned about co-creation and co-creation. You can't do it alone. I also learned that when you get into consultants, you don't go with answers and interact and observe and talk to them, understand the problem, and together and define the problem in order to the actual problem. I learned about involvement, that we should have a representation of everybody in the organization, so that we don't say today solving a departmental issue for finance, tomorrow that are now on board, it's affecting market. We go to marketing. I learned a lot, and also the appreciative initiative.
Inquiry, yeah.
Yes, that approach, and to say earlier on, it was about people, it was about processes and procedures, but now it is people-centered. You want to concentrate on people in order now to move with them. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Co-creation, systems thinking, the involvement of people in the system. And I think all of us here agree we would want to work in an organization that sits down with us and say, let's co-create, let's find solutions to the issues we are facing. And if our leaders and managers in organizations could engage us effectively, we feel part of that particular system, and we enhance that sense of ownership, which Mr. Nyausaru talked about, from buy-in to ownership. And when we have that sense of ownership, that's where the transformational consulting emerges. The last reflection, then you won't just get ready after this last review, and we'll proceed, is Ms. Nglovo. I'll ask you as the last one to reflect on yesterday. Nglovo.
Thank you, Doc. Thank you so much. Good morning, everyone. For me, the major reflection that I took home yesterday is slightly different. I think I realized that there is a lot of potential that is within us, just in terms of approaching business, approaching the way that we do consultants, even approaching the way that we plan our strategies. So for me, it was really a reflection point and a time to introspect, to say, we can always do better. We can always learn new things of solving problems. But also what impressed me most was the role, I think it was mentioned by yourself, Doc, and more of institutions like HIT in terms of transformation. Because when you look at companies today, and when you look at Africa in particular, be it in government, be it in all spheres, what is lacking is new thinking around issues. We still want to solve new problems using old ways and old approaches, and it's not working for anyone. So I hope that for me, that was the major take home, to say, even as I go back to work now, I want to look at what we've been doing and say, is there a better way? Is there a better approach? How can we do this differently for better results? I think that's all that I can say.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Nurturing curiosity, imagination, and we're at a time, for example, in Zimbabwe, where there's a lot of talk about innovation and industrialization. And Harare Institute of Technology focuses on those key elements, innovation and industrialization. But now the key question is, how do we get people to be innovative and facilitate that industrialization? In most cases, we just need people to be at peace and to engage in good conversations, take the co-creation path, be curious every other time to say, what can we do better? How can we improve this system? What conversations should we have in our meetings, in our boardrooms around improving organizations? How should we have these conversations? Does it work to always have our Friday meetings? What can we do better around a management meeting every Friday? And the manager is leading or chairing that meeting every Friday. What can we do better? Working with academic institutions, if you talk to a lot of faculty members, they will tell you that these faculty meetings are so boring. And why? Because we are doing the same thing week in, week out, whenever we have our faculty meetings. So let's really look when we go into our organizations, and following on Vovo's recommendations there, ask ourselves, what can we do better? Is there a better way to do this thing? And let's have different conversations around that. Thank you so much for the reflections. I wish we had time to continue these reflections, but in the interest of time, we'll start with Yvonne. There was a mix-up with Nigerian time. So Ms. Morin, you will present later on. We're just starting with Yvonne. I just saw you joining in now, unless you are comfortable to start, but I think Yvonne is ready now. All right, so Yvonne, I will hand over to you, Mr. Josh. If you would want to introduce Yvonne, then she will take it up from there.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Justin, for taking us through the reflections, where we were discussing the transformational issues that had made an impact to us. And now it's our duty to try and put those in practice so that we become impactful consultants in strategy and innovation. So today, as has been indicated by Dr. Justin, we are going to have Yvonne is our first speaker. Let me just go through a profile. Yvonne, she's going to discuss on the traditional and emergent approaches to consulting. Traditional and emergent approaches to consulting, and she will look into what is the difference between traditional and emergent approaches to consulting. So we are going to see the distinction between traditional consulting and emergent approaches to consulting. Let me just go through a profile so that we get to know whom we are talking to. Yvonne Kanjanda, she's currently at EcoBank Zimbabwe, and she's currently the Human Resources Officer at EcoBank. Yvonne, she is a an emergent change advocate. That's why she wants to share more about the emergent approaches to consulting. She's a social scientist who holds a master's in development studies and a Bachelor of Science honors degree that she obtained from the Women's University in Africa. Yvonne, she has gone through the certification of organizational leadership and development consultant. So she is a certified organizational leadership and development consultant. And she's also a member of the Organizational Leadership and Development Network. She also holds a certificate in theology, which she obtained from Catholic University. So we do have a pastor here. She's also registered organizational development professional, and she has presented a number of papers at both local and international conferences. She's an influential and inspirational force to drive self-development in other people, and especially women and youth. And if you see from the participants, we have a number of youth and women. And she also intends to bring dignity and autonomy to others worldwide. So she's a woman who is rich in terms of consultant expertise. And allow me at this moment to hand over to you, Yvonne. Welcome to our consulting seminar. Please take us through.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Yvonne. Thank you for introducing me. I just want to check if you can see my slides now.
Yes, I think you just need to go on slideshow.
Okay. Slideshow.
Yep. Then the first one from the beginning.
Okay.
Click on from the beginning, then it's fine.
All right. Okay.
Okay.
Okay. So I'm going to present on emergent change in consultancy and the difference between traditional and emergent OD in consultancy. So the objectives are to understand the difference between traditional and emergent OD, to adopt emergent OD thinking and lead sustainable change, to explore applied techniques and facilitate the shift from traditional to emergent OD thinking. So the rapid change in the operating environment has casted a dark shadow on most traditional management approaches that promote adaptability and collaboration. So in view of the emergent change characteristics, century operating organizations need to adopt strategies for business continuation that address how people can stay psychologically and resilient to change. We just have to fall in love with change in order to have meaningful consultants in our practices. Because we cannot control change, but the business have to go on. So change exists in present and not in future. So we need to have a fixed mindset, the ability to learn, because it makes individual focus too much on performing well. For example, the pandemic, the resurgence and the occurrence of the pandemic has had a negative impact on most traditional management approaches. So we need to be very flexible and move from traditional ways of doing things to emergent change approaches. So I'm going to talk about aesthetic mental frameworks and comparing them with emergent change shifting mental frameworks, reactive thinking and proactive thinking, problem-solving approaches, and then on emergent change, possibilities creation approaches. Also, we are going to talk about moving away from reacting to numbers and apply tracking trends and patterns. Top-down feedback to 360-degree feedback. Hierarchical silos, and in emergent change, we will apply integrated collaborative networks. Hierarchical cohesive leadership, and move on to emergent leadership. So we are going to talk on static mental frameworks. Organizations remain fixed and traditional operating models in a rapidly changing business environment. So on static mental frameworks, they concentrate on uncertainty, complexity, like for example, working time can be remain static, hindering moving on of operations. So we need to shift from static mental frameworks to shifting mental frameworks that have application on organizations, constantly co-creating and modify policies, controls, practices that address in the new environment. For consultants to move on well, we need to be flexible, willingness to change things, because the environment does not remain operating in the same practices. We need to have collaborations and try to cope up with the environment. So we move on from static mental frameworks to shifting mental frameworks in order for consultancy to go on well. And also we have to move from the chaotic operation of things and create purpose, from chaos to purpose. Reactive thinking, that is a pessimistic approach, which brings reacting to past rather than anticipating the future. There is no feedback, whereas in proactive thinking, the approach is optimistic. You act before the situation becomes a source of confrontation on crisis. You have to be alert on environmental trends, patterns, conducting workshops that help people to understand what will be going on depending with the environment, facilitating conversations, and also produce publications about change. Like, for example, the pandemic has become so negative on operations in consultants. So you need to produce publications in changes. We have seen that the resurgence of the pandemic has just come. So you need to collaborate with organizations that have more information that can be applied in consultants and practice applied approaches. We also have to develop can you unmute your mic? We should develop continuous, environmental facets, politically, economically, technological, and move on with what will be going on during that time. We need also have to...
I'll stop you there and move you back a bit to the first on static and static mental frameworks.
Okay.
The first one, yeah. You can just go back to that. And just the understanding that colleagues here are getting from the shift and how consulting or consultants can help in facilitating that shift. From what I'm picking, is that in most organizations, we have these static mental frameworks. And I think that was mentioned earlier to say we continue doing things the same way we've been doing before. Nothing has changed. If we look at our practices and our approaches, we are still doing the same thing that we've been doing in 2015. But with shifting mental frameworks, there's an element of flexibility, of speed, of collaboration, and trying to find new ways of doing things. So just some reflections on our organizations. And I think the question you had there on sharing some of the stories that people have in their organizations with regards to static or shifting mental frameworks and where our organizations are currently sitting, and how then consultants can come in to facilitate a shift. Just maybe one or two people to share on what's happening in most organizations. Do we have static or we have shifting mental frameworks? Yes, I'll start with Penelope. Penelope, are you there? Your assessment of the current organizations, where do they sit, static or shifting mental frameworks? Penelope Malunga. Yes.
Thank you. Again, can you maybe please repeat the two options?
The static mental frameworks where organizations continue to do the same things over and over again, even though the environment is changing, or the shifting mental frameworks where there's a depth of co-creation, finding new ways of doing things and moving with the changing times.
I would say to a greater extent, most organizations are still in a static framework where they continue to do the same thing over and over, expecting different results. And even if people come with ideas so that they can better comprehend issues, it's almost there's a bit of resistance to change that is so hard. Whether it is because the people that have grown with the organizations, they really do not want to learn anything new, and they are not prepared to start to change, to start to evolve with the emerging changes. But on a generality aspect, most organizations are really static.
Most organizations are static. Anyone else before we look at what can be done? Anyone else with an opinion on this? Yes, Doc Violet.
Yes, I think I tend to agree with Penelope because the major challenge is that if maybe the Constitution has not been reviewed for more than 20 years, the policies have not been reviewed, and they are not being properly followed. Because those are the foundations and the reference documents which we need. So you find that people continue to refer to the policy, they continue to refer to the Constitution, but the Constitution was made by people who can review it also to now align with today's requirements. And I don't know the problem there. It's hiding behind a finger, isn't it? Not to bring about the necessary changes. Thank you.
Thank you. So we have in organizations policies that are outdated, constitutions, procedures that are outdated, and people are resisting any change, and they're expecting different results. I see two hands up, and then Yvonne will comment on that as well. Ngosikona and Glovo.
Thanks, Doc. From my experience, I agree with what the previous colleagues have said. I see that in a static model, there is a level of comfort, there is a level of certainty, which makes people comfortable. The environment might be changing external, but that internal comfort makes it very difficult for people to change. I was going to ask from the good Doc, I hope I'm not jumping the gun to say, I've seen instances where you might even need to change the people for you to effect those changes that are necessary, because they really are stuck to that comfort level and comfort zone this is how things have always been done, and this is how things will always be done, regardless of the changes that are happening around them, to the extent that without changing the underlying culture and the underlying people and processes, you would not achieve any change at all. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, Yvonne, you can put a pin on that. Instances where we might need to really change the people, change the culture, because those are the fundamentals of static mental frameworks. That's where we get that static framework, the culture, the values, the beliefs, and people wanting to maintain their comfort zones. Where do we come in as consultants? Judah Tarume.
Okay, thank you so much, colleagues. Thank you so much, Doc. Yeah, this is a very interesting debate. You would see, I would call it, it's a mixed bag. It depends, for example, at organizational level, if the organization is a private or it's in public. But we find mostly public-oriented organizations are the ones who are still enshrined in that static framework. And what I've noticed that there is a lack of motivation on innovativeness. Even if you try to change people, like my other colleagues have said, we have seen a number of public institutions where there were change of leadership, but the performance of that organization hasn't changed. So to me, I'm saying, yes, might actually change people, but if there is no motivation of innovativeness in that organization, they will remain in that static. At national level, we had a number of policies which will mean very good blueprints. When it comes to implementation, it will be another story. Then if you compare with other progressive, what I would call learning organizations in the private sector, who are motivated with the profit, and they are motivated in actually challenging the future territories. Yes, people will remain there. There is no changing of people, but because their motivation is based on the profitability of the organization, you will see that they have got the shifty mentality. So to me, like I said, this is a debate which we need to discuss, but we need to identify the key motivator as far as that organization is concerned. And is that motivator being understood by everyone within the organization? Then they will be able to move from the static mentality to shifting mental frameworks. Thank you.
Thank you. I see Patrick has a hand up.
This discussion, this conversation is getting to the core of the issue around changing and shifting mindsets. It's a human dynamic. It's not a technical dynamic. So we need to understand some of the humanness in people. Why do people hold on to what they know and hold on to their comfort zones? What is the risks they're afraid of? What is the issues they're afraid of? How are they getting reinforced by staying where they're at? So you can't really change another person. That's impossible. But how do you create the space, the discussion, the conversation, the openness, so it's safe for them to explore? So basically they change themselves. They change their own perceptions. And those are by asking good questions and getting a little deeper than just the organization, but move towards the person themselves. What matters to them? What do they want to achieve? Certain good questions on that kind of level. So any good consultant has to have some degree of understanding of human dynamics, acceptance of where a person is. If they fear, if they don't want to take risks, they're saying up so they can blame the consultant if it doesn't work. One has to be able to not manage that, but flow with that by accepting the person exactly where they're at without judgment, and then get into a conversation that allows them to explore and see things differently. And that's where the mind shifts, not just cognitively, but emotionally. So a good consultant, we're really getting down to the nitty gritty here. It's around human dynamics. About culture, I take a whole different approach to changing culture than the normal assessment and yada, yada, yada. It's easy to change a culture. but it all starts with good conversation and mindsets. And we'll get into culture maybe today, maybe another time. So you can't change the person. Through good conversations, questions, bring it down to a human level where that person takes off their hat in the corporation, becomes a person again, exploring. They change themselves. Short and sweet. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So understanding the human dynamics and appreciating that we can't change people. So in popular texts, people say, we change you, you come to this workshop, this Harare Institute of Technology consulting seminar, we will change you, you become the best consultant out there. We need to understand that we really can't change people. All we do is we create space for them to change and to see the need for change. Yvonne, yes, Dr. Moore wants to say something, then Yvonne will comment, and then we can move on. Yes, Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Doc. I just wanted to bring in another dimension, which is the resource perspective, which I think mostly affects us when it comes to big change. Because most of the times we tend to live in our past glory. If somebody does well today, we always think or believe that that person will always be the best person, come tomorrow, come next year, and so on, which is against the need for continuous renewal, because there is no resource, there is no skill, no capability that is static, especially in this dynamic environment, things are changing. But because we always ignore that fact that no one is remains valuable forever unless if that person, if that skill is being upgraded all the time, which brings us to yesterday's discussion of exploitation versus exploration. Because we have certain things that we have done well, we want to remain now in that doing the same things, that is exploiting the resources that we have, instead of exploring new ways, new opportunities, and other resources as well in the organization. So I think from a consulting point of view, as Patrick has been saying, we always need to find ways of creating those spaces to explore new ways, new resources, so that we move from exploiting our current capabilities and strength, resources that we have, into something that is new. So always identify, even though everything is working, let us also try by all means to push the client to explore into those creative spaces. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I see a lot of conversations coming. Maureen wants to say something, Patrick again, and then we go back to you, Maureen. You're on mute, Maureen.
Thank you very much, Dr. Justin. Good afternoon to everybody in the house. What I want to just put in is an observation. My observation is pointed to what I call industry benchmarking. When we are talking about change and practicing emergent, having emergent practices as an organization, I figure that in certain industries, the benchmarking standards can also jeopardize the chances of organization wanting to be emergent in their approaches to their operations. And what I have to say is maybe the scope of our operations as consultants should also include, championing advocacy, industry-related advocacies. So let institutions, especially government institutions, understand the need to be moving with the changes that is occurring around the world. When we are doing our benchmarking, we should not benchmark backwards or benchmark based on the status quo. The benchmark should be able to take into consideration what is happening around the world. And I will cite an example. We sell safety accessories in the Gap commercial stores. And we have these standard stipulated for helmets that people could be wearing at the express roads. And what we found out is that and this was exactly like 2 years ago, is that some of those helmets is generating heat and not very, on the long term, not very healthy for the users. So, but that helmet in a particular section has been benchmarked as the acceptable standard for companies selling safety accessories to be using in a particular location in Nigeria. So, and we found out that some other ones that is coming out is much, much better than that. There has been an improved technology, but because our standard organizations down here has not been able to acquire the equipment that they will use to test the standard of these materials, these items, they will tell you that if you bring it in, it is not going to be allowed to stay in your warehouse. So you have to still be bringing in or assembling that which you know that there is already an improvement in the manufacturing or in the production standard. So simply because there is a benchmark. So what I want to put in is consultants may also have to charge organizational leaders to be talking much about sensitization, advocacies on government institutions to also be moving fast, because organizations may want internally to be evolving, be innovating, and be moving along with the changes around the world. But some institution, bureaucracy, establishment, we make it almost impossible or be slow. I mean, the pace to be slow. So that is what I want to contribute.
Thank you. In the interest of time, I'll ask whether you want to quickly comment. I see, Patrick, you want to make a comment. I will hold you there because Yvonne has about 10 points that she wants to bring out. But as consultants, I think we can learn from this that we need to create a whole lot of approaches to address this particular issue of static mental frameworks towards shifting mental frameworks. Anything from your end, Yvonne, and then you can proceed.
Thank you, Doc. So from these discussions, we can see that change can be frustrative. And so we need to consider the human element as it is critical. And it is our duty as consultants to ensure that leaders put into consideration the human element, as change can be frustrating. So continuous learning and also not jumping into conclusions can also help to instill the human element factor into leadership, as they have to consider to have people at heart so that they understand the processes in change. So practice also helps to help people to adapt to change. I'll move on to the next slide, which is problem solving and creating approaches. In traditional approaches, we have the problem solving approach, which can hinder the processes in change and have negative impact on change. I've seen that most organizations, they stick to problem-solving approaches, applying a lack of problems, root identification. It is quite often that we feel something is not going the way it should without clearly identifying what the exact problem issue is. So we need to move away from problem-solving approaches and create approach and have creating approaches. So I'm referring to you, Mr. Chinakidza. What are some of applied techniques that can be possible to create change? Are there any applied techniques that can be applied in organizations in order to have creative approaches that we can discuss about? Over to you, Mr. Chinakidza. Any techniques that we apply techniques that we can practice in organizations or in consultancy and move away from problem solving to creating approaches? What are techniques that can be applied? Mr. Chinakidza.
Yes.
Hello. I'm sure he's muted.
Yes.
Maybe I can refer the question to Tatenda Gutu. Tatenda.
Hello, how are you?
Hi, Tatenda.
Yes, how are you?
Fine, how are you?
Yes.
We are talking on creating approaches. What are some of applied techniques that we can use to possibility creating?
That one I'm not yet clear on that.
Okay, Maureen, can you help us on that one?
Yes. How do we shift people's mindsets from problem solving to possibility seeking? What are some of the techniques that we can use to do that? I think we lost Maureen at the moment. Bontle? Bontle.
Yes, good morning.
Good
Yes.
Morning, Bontle.
Yes, we can apply appreciative inquiry. That's one of the techniques that we can use. I think yesterday we learned about appreciative inquiry, the steps that are taken, the type of questions. Yeah, so that you are co-creating solutions. And, you know, also creating the safe spaces for the client to be able to engage both the cognitive and the emotional skills. And when the emotional and cognitive skills are in sync, you know, when you are asking those questions, they're able to apply themselves. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bontley. So we just have to love change and cultivate continuous learning, always watching trends and patterns for stability. And then we move on to the next slide on reacting to numbers, where in the modern approaches, we need to stick to open systems or like tracking to trends and patterns. We need to continually challenge our beliefs, assumptions, perspectives to facilitate new thinking based on continuous emerging data. So reacting to numbers refers to closed systems that do not give us opportunity to adapt to reality and apply approaches that help us to resolve during the times of crisis. So we need to move away from closed systems and move on to open systems. For instance, how can organizations manage the issue of employees who during the pandemic who use public transport? I will refer the question to Mr. Chinakidza again. Or Tatenda Gutu.
Okay, I think for most organizations, especially in Zimbabwe, I think for them, for maybe the private ones, I think they started to hire out some tour operators so that they could ferry their employees to and from home. And some, since some were working from home, I think that was the other solution. But for those that were going to work, they would hire out some tour operators.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Tatenda. So we can see that sticking to closed systems during change, especially, for example, during the pandemic, it won't help us. We just have to move on sticking to standards operating or to policies that do not hinder us from shifting from closed systems to open systems in order to overcome the problems that will be faced. And then we move on to the next slide on.
I'll just hold you there as well to get one more insight on understanding this shift.
Yes.
The ladies in the room, Liza, are you there? Your understanding of this, where organizations are reacting to numbers versus tracking trends and patterns, and where consultants come in. Liza. Yes, you're muted, Liza, if you're speaking. Okay, come to you, Penelope Malunga. Your understanding of this shift and where consultants come in. Go ahead.
Thank you. So when I look at the two, and you're looking at a closed system where it's more reactive, you find that at some point, maybe let me bring this closer. At some point, you realize things when they have already gone so wrong. To bring this closer, there is a certain company, I'll not mention the name. They do not have a system of tracking their trends and patterns in terms of doing their stock take and all those things. And the procurement person managed to steal for over a year from the company. And they only realized it when they did their year-end stock take. That's when they realized that someone was stealing for over the whole year. So the open systems, they, in my view, is what we now need, though I feel that there is a lot of incompetence when it comes to tracking trends and patterns and consistency. So as consultants, we need to then bring in simple tools that helps organizations to be able to track and to create patterns for their different trends within an organization. In that way, it's easier to quickly adopt. But if you then bring in the principle itself to the organization, chances are we get resistance because it's so difficult. Most people are not conversant with the Excel to that point of actually tracking. They only want to get in to complete the data. So what we then need as consultants is to also bring that variation. As we'll be helping them, we need to also assist with those tools that makes their life a bit easy. That's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And a good example that you have used there in terms of what exactly is happening in most organizations. They are waiting for the end of the month to do their checklists, or either quarterly or yearly, then they do their checklists. And eventually they realize that they have missed a lot during that whole process. So as consultants, when we're doing the assessments, these are some of the things that we need to pick and bring to the attention of senior leaders, and then co-create, like what we have recommended there, systems that help us to track trends and patterns. And who is going to do the tracking? That's another discussion. Patrick.
Justin, you just led into what I was going to say. Okay, just imagine something traditionally closed systems. Who controls that data? Who gets that data? Who shares that data? If it's shared at all or communicates. This is the power and the, let's say, how management controls in traditional organizations. What if there was open system where everybody got that data? They could see the trends. Where would innovation come from? They could understand what's going on and the patterns of change and what is important. Maybe they would think a little bit at a higher level, at a strategic level, everybody in the organization. Closed systems, traditional control of management, open systems and information, everybody sees it. Everybody has that ability. It leads towards self-agency and self-organization. So people become adults in organizations, not wait for the parent of management to tell them what to do. So think about that, all you technology folks out there. Do we want to develop systems that are traditionally management controlled? Or do we open our systems so people can see them and they can use their capabilities in order to create innovation and sustainability for the organization. What would that give management? Management would be more, geez, they get bigger bonuses because performance would go up. So open and closed systems in technology is very important to think about in designing technology. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And Penelope, that's a very good case study to write about and awaken organizations on the realities of sticking to a closed system approach. If we go into these organizations and read reports, they have brilliant reports about what is happening in procurement, but things are not as they seem to be on the checklists and the reports that are produced. So having that open system and creating technologies that helps to track trends and patterns, I think for you guys as technopreneurs, that's where you come in and say, what kind of technology can we bring, systems that we can bring to support the opening up of information systems in an organization, and then we manage or mitigate some of those risks. Liza, are you there? Liza, then we can move on.
Yes, Doc, I'm there. It also goes to the issue of big data analytics and data mining, moving from closed systems to open systems, where data forecasting can be made to see the future trends rather than relying on the historical trends of what has been happening in the organization.
Thank you. Data analysis and data mining, and not relying on historical trends. And in most of our reports in organizations based on the static mental framework and the traditional thinking, we have nice graphs that speaks about what happened in the past. And we're not questioning who is creating this data, how this data is coming to be reported out, who keeps this data. And when we start having conversations around that, that's when newness comes in and we then become more innovative and creative. In the interest of time, back to you, Yvonne.
Thank you very much, Doc. Thank you very much, everyone. At fingertips, we are not experts, but we need to give ideas as consultants in order to drive emergent change. Strategic thinking and analytical thinking should be applied in order to move on with in the VUCA environment. We move on to good people in traditional approaches and creating active and emergent response team in the emergent approaches. So good people are good, but if they don't know what they are doing, especially during these changes, they won't have impact in organizations. So good people, yes, they may be good, but they need to be trained or to enhance their practices so that they fit in during change. So as consultants, you need to give ideas on how to drive emergent change during crisis. So we need to move on from good people to create active and emergent response teams. We may have qualified people, but if there's no continuous development, they won't be fruitful. So, and also sticking to job descriptions in times of change, it won't help because we won't go anywhere. We need to ensure that HR is part of the emergency response team in order to provide input in guidelines to be implemented and ensure compliance. For employers as consultants, encourage them in writing and maintaining job descriptions must be ongoing task, also taking into consideration the changes that will be happening at a particular time. In the same way that companies must reevaluate budgets, workflows, and processes. They should also reassess job descriptions continuously to ensure those positions requirements are up to date and consistent with current industry changes. So maybe I refer the question to is Sineke around, Sineke Spanda. In your view, how even can policies be reviewed in organizations during change? Maybe we can refer to the pandemic. During the pandemic as an example, how even can policies be reviewed in organizations? As a consultant, how can you help leadership in reviewing policies?
Snake is not here. I'll throw that to Tendai Maninde.
Tendai Maninde, okay.
Yes, Tendai.
Good morning. How are you?
Hello, Tendai.
I think, yes, I think what then needs to be done is to seek information from everyone on the areas that needs to be improved. Rather than imposing, there is need to seek to engage the one that are using the policy on a day-to-day basis or the one that are using procedures on a day-to-day basis to check the challenges associated with the existing procedures and how those can be improved. By that, you then get new ways probably that they already, probably it's already in practice, but because it's not written in the procedures, you are not aware of it. So sometimes it's to engage those that use procedures or policies on a day-to-day basis to see where there are challenges and how best those policies can be improved. By that, you are just probably co-creating the policies and procedures. And you are also going to get ownership from those that are using the procedures and policies on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you, Tendai. Also, change may require approvals. So we need to study the laws around us and advise the client in accordance.
Yeah, I'll just take one more comment, Mr. Obet Chahele, your understanding of this shift. Good people creating or active emergency response teams. What's your understanding of this as you walk into an organization? Okay, Dr. Violet, I see your hand up.
No, later, after the person you have nominated, I have something to say.
Yes, Chahele,
okay.
Obet. Yeah, you're muted if you're speaking, Mr. Obet. Okay, yes, go ahead.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Thank you so much. I think, yeah, maybe during this pandemic, maybe as a consultant, we can conduct maybe a meeting so that we understand the policies that the organization is using. Then we make a recommendation considering the restrictions that will be prevailing during to the situation. That's my view.
Thank you. Conducting meetings and then deliberating on the issue and then making necessary recommendations. Dr. Violet.
Yes, there's something which I've been thinking that remember we talked about policies and processes and procedures. And I think looking at the private sector, let's say I own a company or a small organization, it would be very easy for me as the proprietor to quickly get to mobilize my people, have a meeting or ask on where they need these policies to be changed. Now, coming to public institutions, I think there's even a bigger challenge that in most cases, it takes me to, I'm just trying to look at what Yvonne referred to say change may require approvals. And that's where we have a big head in public institutions that Even when you start from let's say it's ZIMSEC, or we say it's a certain ministry, they've realized that they need to do some changes. So they put down their paper, maybe it's a department to begin with. The department takes it to, the head takes it to the CEO there. The CEO will then take it to the minister. The minister may need to table it in parliament, or if with political changes, the minister also changes, and it becomes frustrating and a whole lot, so that at the end of the day, you may not realize the changes that you need urgently to implement very, very urgently because of the bureaucracy and red tape. And it's most unfortunate because the public institutions that we have, they should help to quickly save people as much as possible in the prevailing context. So what do? We need to, truly speaking, approach head-on these governments, regardless of whatever, because I know in some instances, when you start approaching them and telling them about these issues, you are labeled, you are from the opposition party, particularly in Africa. But I think you need to coin your own statements, which make sure you bar them even from going to say it to be labeled your opposition. That's the reason why some people, even if they've got good initiatives, would never even move a step to suggest them. Thank you.
Thank you. Quite dominant for those who are us who are going to be working in the public sector. We need to be ready for that bureaucracy, and we need to have innovative approaches to deal with that. Patrick, your hand is up.
Just very quickly, thank you, Violet, for bringing us into reality. Working with ministries, et cetera, and hospitals, hospital regions, which may have 5 or 6 or 7 hospitals or 15. Got to work with the top people first, as Justin says, the readiness, but they got to shift their thinking, facilitate that from hierarchical thinking to collaborative network thinking. Have them think and even draw out their networks so they start seeing the relationship between their networks and bring them down that road. If they stay in the hierarchy, yes, they will reinforce the bureaucracy. Just a thought. Thanks, Violet, for bringing us into reality.
Thank you. So in good people, as I'm seeing this slide, in most organizations, we have good people. They come to work every day on time. They stay until 5. They seem to be completing their duties. They're doing everything according to our plans. There's no conflict in the organization. Everything is going on normally, but the organization is not moving. There is no transformational growth and development. Our people are excellent. They are punctual. In terms of the values that we have put on the walls, they are so good. But there's no transformational growth and development. What can we do? In most cases, consultants will say training. Most consultants are quick to call for training programs. And they do training programs month in, month out, and nothing is happening. They've been doing trainings, exhausting their training budgets, no shifts. The organization is not showing transformational growth and development. And this speaks very well to strategy and innovation students here. What do we need to do other than training? What are some of the interventions that we need to put in place to move from just having good people to having creating and emergency response teams, innovation and creativity coming into play? Dr. Moore, then we will move on. Yvonne, just plan with 20 minutes after Dr. Moore. 20 minutes, then we'll have to move to the next presenter. Yes, Dr. Moore.
Yeah, thank you, Justin. Just to respond to your question that you will be having good people who are disciplined, always coming to work, but the organization won't be moving. I view that as a problem to innovation, management, identification of new ideas, because once people stay to their old ways of doing things. That is, they want to be in office on the prescribed times, do things as per the job description, and then that suffocates innovation. Because if you try to bring new ideas, maybe you are trying to come up with an innovative product, the first thing that you are asked, according to these old ways of doing things, is what is the expected return on investment? How much can we, what kind of risk can we expect? We have to quantify those things, which are not so easy when we are talking of innovation, especially when it comes to disruptive innovations, which are not so extractive in the early stages, which at the early stages, they do not have a clearly defined customers and so on. So at the end of the day, because of such a closed system, people want to follow established regulations, established ways of doing things. You will find organizations will start going down. So as a way to move forward, I would suggest that the organization needs to have an explorative culture. Maybe you advise them to have a certain unit or department that is given all the freedom to explore certain things, to explore certain innovations without the traditional requirements. For example, if it's innovation, to say, what is the expected return on investment? What kind of risk can we give them the room to experiment? If it's a small organization, usually it's easy, but if they are established organizations, that's where most problems are. Because if you want to experiment, suppose a new product, you want to experiment, if it fails, then it will have a negative image to the brand of the organization. So it would be better to have a separate unit that is separate from the organization, but a baby of the organization that has the room to experiment. If things work, then they can be brought back to the mainstream organization and you apply your traditional management approaches. But at least in that space, there is room for people to experiment, to try new things, to do as much as they can and give them the budget for that, just some individuals to do that. I think that's one way you can encourage exploration without necessarily damaging the established brand. Thank you.
Thank you. So we're coming in as consultants in organizations with good people. And why are organizations hiring consultants? Tatenda, I see your hand up. You have the time. Why do organizations need consultants? We need to shift from just having good people to being innovative and bring the results that are required. Yes, Tatenda, go ahead. Tatenda, go to your hand was up.
Okay, thank you, Doc. Mine is sort of a question. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to ask, but it's concerning the good people thing here. Can I go ahead? Okay, let me go ahead. Okay, I'm coming from a background where during the COVID-19 pandemic, from the organization that I work from, we're required to come to work, even if we had the summit of the pandemic. So it turned out we'd go to work at 8 and would finish at 5. Then even at the summit, as I am highlighting, at the summit of the COVID, where the cases were on high, I think it was in July, you'd be required to come back, to come at work. Then people would get sick. I think people would get sick, and almost the 3/4 of the organization would be home sick. And now you find out it's now a scenario where people are unable to work, and it affects the organization. So I'm not sure how we can best maybe recommend a strategy if the pandemic comes again, or if a similar scenario comes again, so that people would not be stuck at work going 8 to 5. You find out I'm someone in the digital marketing side, where you are required to come to report to a brick and mortar site, where in another instance I can just work from home, maybe being more productive than just going to a building 8 to 5. So how best can we recommend an organization such like that? Thank you.
Yes, you got.
Yes, thank you for the question. I think if we, like what Dr. Makuku has just said, that as consultants, we need to be firm. Maybe the approach that you can use in regard to that question is to approach the workers' committee people, or you just have to be firm as consultants and be able to convince leadership to change their mindset, or else we remain good people and we won't serve the purpose, you know, to adapt during the change, during the change, or especially in the pandemic. So we just have to move from good people and be firm enough as consultants and approach leadership, convince them. I'm sure there are people, they should have people at heart, convince them, give them, you know, your points, and then I'm sure they would understand where you are coming from. Just try to be firm as a consultant and convince leadership, maybe through workers' committee or something. I think they will help.
Yeah, it's a mindset issue here, where in most cases the reason why leaders would do that is because of the results. They have certain results that they want to achieve, and they are fixed on the shareholder wealth maximization. They want to drive profits. And we need someone who can have a good conversation with them and have a business conversation, and not just a COVID conversation.
Yes.
Because what leaders want is a business conversation. Are we going to generate revenue? Is the business going to make money when people are out of office? This is a totally different conversation that requires someone who is business-minded and can marry the two, the COVID situation and the business side of where the leaders are coming from. Because in most instances, people working from home leads to a decline in revenues, and this affects the business. So someone should sit with senior leaders for a good business conversation. And we need them to identify who is the best person. If it's workers' committee, they are not going there to attack leaders. They are going there for a business conversation on how the employees are going to support the growth of the organization, in spite of working from home. And Dr. Violet and Yvonne, I think I will ask you to go to your previous slide, the one with all the 10, and we'll have a 10-minute conversation around the other points. Dr. Violet, go ahead.
Yes, so let's go practical once again to say, we all know that our public institutions are there to serve the nations. You know, it's not just localized. So Dr. Justin, Patrick, and all these other OD personnel, particularly with already established code, what do you see you can do as practical steps to address some of these issues at national level? Because you may go to private. Actually, for me, private organizations may not really be very difficult to deal with, but the public institutions, what do you think you can do to approach them? And because some of them do not even know there's OD that can be applied to help them. I know some of them are afraid of changing the status quo, but there are certain things which can still be done with them without necessarily making them lose their jobs, as most of them fear. But then do this global thing, which will help nations. You know, some of the things that OD can change without putting a penny into it. From the way I now understand things, there are too many. And once those things which do not require money, like changing the mindset, changing somebody's attitude, and then they start seeing with what can practically be done so that we have impact. We have a following that can make us quickly grow a huge following and start changing the world much faster. Thank you.
Thank you. Maureen will touch on that. And I'll just say, you know what, in Zimbabwe now we have Harare Institute of Technology. If Harare Institute of Technology engages the government, it's different from COLD or Yvonne engaging the government. And most of these institutions have seen a lot of consultants approaching them, and we see them having workshops with consultants who are aligned to them and they speak the same language. But now, if we are going to do advocacy that is coming from Harare Institute of Technology as an established university, asking for a consultative session with a certain ministry, that conversation is totally different from you as Dr. Violet approaching them for a good conversation. So an organized approach informed by institutions that have the standing of engaging in those conversations will be quite fundamental. Maureen, and Yvonne, go to the slide with all the 10 so that people will just have a glimpse of that. I understand you have a meeting coming up in the next 15 minutes. The slide with all the 10 listed, just go to that slide. Maureen.
Okay.
We can't hear you, Maureen. Unmute. You are muted now. No, you are muted, Maureen. We can't hear you. Try now. Still, we can't hear you. You are unmuted, but we can't hear you. We can't hear you.
Maureen, you may need to increase your volume.
Yeah, maybe the devices. Yeah.
It looks like she's having a problem, a technical problem there, Doc.
Yeah, we can't hear you, Maureen. We'll come back to you. Yes. Anyone wants to add something on this, and then we will end Yvonne's session in about 6 minutes. Patrick.
Very quickly, when I work with higher level of Violet of the organizations you talk about, I get a sense that their personal values and their corporate values or their institutional values are quite different. There's a gap there. So I bring them into, in line with exploratory conversations, what's their higher purpose? There's a business purpose because I don't care if it's government or private or public, everybody's in a business. They're doing business with something. Before I get into their business model, to rearrange that, what's their higher purpose in society? And this becomes a guideline. It actually brings their personal values, their social values, their family values in line with their institutional values. And that becomes a guide for everything else, becomes a foundation. And then we build another business value based on their higher purpose of why this organization or institution exists. And all through the changes, these become the foundations of their thinking, and it guides them in their thinking. It brings them through a journey. So if you and I want to talk more about that, that'd be fine. Right now, we don't have the time. So that was quick and dirty.
Thank you. Maureen, you can try one more time. You're on mute. Yes, we can't hear you still. Okay, Yvonne, I will ask you to just close with this slide. The points that you have raised did spark a lot of curiosity and conversations. And just close with this slide and how people can move on from this slide.
Okay. Also, in traditional approaches, we have took down feedback. I think we need to move on to the 360 feedback, whereby we involve everyone in decision making, anything that will be going on within the organization, in processes and procedures, so that everyone is on the same page during operations. So for us to succeed in the VUCA environment, We just have to be constant, because change is constant, change is natural, change changes, and change exists in the present. There's no future, future is now, and change is experienced differently. So we just have to love change. I think I'll end my presentation there. Thank you, Doc.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We'll be sending these slides, and I would want colleagues here. How will these shifts help you in your interactions with clients, in whatever personal and professional aspirations you have? Just go to that slide again. Stay on that slide, Yvonne. Tendai.
Oh, this one. All right.
No, the one with everything, the previous one. Yes. Tendai, how will these shifts help you as a consultant in strategy and innovation? Tendai Manide.
Okay, I think they will give you the direction that you need to take, like the 360-degree feedback. It allows you to have more information from almost everyone in an organization. Then as a way, or as an intermediator, you then probably recommend a solution that will ensure everyone is a win-win situation. The issue of tracking trends and patterns also helps you to focus into the future, and probably if do some modeling that will help the organization to attack the future. I think that's my contribution.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that. Kudzai Ziki, how would this help you in your journey in strategy and innovation? Kudzai Ziki.
I think this will assist me as a consultant in having a clear understanding of the issues which are affecting the organization. And from there, I'll be able to come up with a plan on how to move forward with a vision that seeks to drive everyone within the organization towards the desired future which they have set for themselves, and make everyone understand what they need to do in order for them to achieve such a future. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we can create a plan using these 9 points in terms of an approach that we take as consultants in strategy and innovation. Liza, your comment on these 9 points, how will they inform your practice?
The 360-degree feedback, which enhances feedback from all levels within the organization, will enable co-creation as every individual, starting with the shop floor workers to the executives, will be engaged. And also the proactive strategic thinking enables us to forecast the future, not just solving the current problem, but also foreseeing future changes which can then be anticipated. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I'll take one last person, Mr. Josh. Mr. Joshua.
Okay. Thank you so much, Doc, for giving me this time. Where you've only introduced us to shifting mental frameworks. What starts is the mindset. So we need to have a transformational mindset, a mindset for positive change, which is the critical in this volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous environment. So we need to have a positive mindset and do not lose hope. And then she mentioned the issue of tracking trends and patterns, which is also very key when it comes to driving innovation. It is important that as consultants, as organizations, we must continue to scan the environment and see what are the opportunities and the threats that exist in that environment, and come up with the strategies and innovation. So by just checking these trends and patterns, we are able to drive to come up with some incremental innovations, some radical innovations through tracking these trends and patterns. And also the issue of integrative collaborative frameworks.
You're muted. You're muted for some reason. Unmute yourself. I think we lost him there. So thank you so much. We will be sharing this presentation. And if you have anything else that you need to discuss further as you design your framework from this presentation, we are ready to engage in our upcoming conversations. So this was to open us up to the possibilities out there, the different approaches that we can engage. Yes, Mr. Josh.
Okay, I was on integrative collaborative frameworks. Okay, so the issue of integrative collaborative frameworks is very important when it comes to consultants because it brings in an aspect of inclusivity, which is very key. And on the part of employees within the organization, it is actually a motive. They feel as part of the organization. And if you do integrative collaborative frameworks, it results in synergy. And it is also in line with the systems thinking approach, which is key when it comes to transformational consulting. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I will have to stop this conversation here because Yvonne has a meeting that she's attending in the next 2 minutes. Yvonne, thank you so much. Any closing remarks on this, and then you can stop sharing your screen.
Thank you very much, Doc. It was an interesting conversation. So remember, we have to love change. We have to be radical, like what Josh has just said, and be influential as consultants, so that we instill good leadership in organizations. Thank you.
Thank you so much. We'll see you as you rejoin again. Yes, colleagues, as we continue this discussion, we will take a 5-minute break, and Ms. Maureen, be ready after the 5 minutes break. And then Ms. Maureen will take us on the next session. If you have any questions or comments, you feel free to put that in the chat box during this break time. Ms. Maureen, you can test your audio. Maureen.
I had to switch to a smaller gadget, my phone. I don't know what is wrong with the system I'm using. Are you hearing me, Dr. Justin?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, fine. I said I had to switch my gadget. This system seems to be giving a problem. I don't know. I have been trying to look at the adjustments. Everything is fine with the audio, but yet you people can't hear me. So I think I will be presenting from my phone.
Okay,
so
but are you able to share screen from there?
You will share screen because the screen was on my desktop here. Okay. You will share, but from slide 12, I will share from here.
That's fine.
From slide 12.
Okay, then. So we have about 4 minutes, then we'll start.
Yes.
Thank you. All right. Any curiosities that you would want us to discuss in these 4 minutes as we wait to start the next session? You can unmute yourself. Anyone? Yes. Okay, go ahead.
I wanted to just give the response I wanted to give to Dr. Makuku's question before my system started having problem. She was talking about the practical steps that consultants could take to ensure that there is impact, there is changes, and of course there is a shifting on ground in the institutional spaces, in government institutional spaces, and that's what I wanted to respond to. I do remember that there was one of the conversations that we had months ago at the OLDN, and we talked about consolidating our strengths as a community of consultants. And one of the initiatives that was suggested then was for us to see how we can galvanize forces in our communities, in our locations. For instance, I'm an OLDN consultant residing in Nigeria. How do I build a solid structure with other co-consultants in Nigeria so that we'll begin to have not what I call a solid voice? If about 500 OLDN Nigerian consultants decides to get together on a subject, even if we don't want to engage the government institutions directly, we can begin to engage the institution, organizations that have become institutions on themselves, by themselves, organizations that we know that even government does businesses, the government even uses them to execute one form of project or the other. So we can start from ourselves by ensuring that we have this connectivity, we have connections, we have a rapport, we have solid interactions amongst us. We don't need to form any other organization, because OLDN is good enough for us to begin to act from that platform. If we can form a quorum of large people with integrity, at least people that in their own country already they are known to be people that are always seeking for the good of their communities, seeking for the good of their environment, I think it can help. It is a step in the right direction if we can come together. If we can't engage the government directly, and I even think we can, because we are talking about transformation, we are talking about changes, we are talking about transforming economies and nations. So government have every reason to listen, especially if we have our statistics, if we have our information, if we have a convincing data to present and tell the government that, hey, you people need to do this, in order that people, institutional, private organizations that people want to change, or individual, even at individual level, that want to have some sort of, improvement in their personal life, in their personal domain, should be able to be encouraged. Because honestly, I know of a lot of scenarios where you would want to do certain things, and then government will say, no, you can't do this. I know a particular scenario where a particular organization in Nigeria had to go and invite the Standard Organization of Nigeria to come to their own premises, to their own factory, to come and use their quality assurance testing equipment to test their own materials that they are trying to condemn. So it is very, very important. It is very, very pertinent. But honestly, like Dr. Makuku said, we need to take extra steps. We are not just going to end it on the conversation table. There is need for us to extend, our advocacy. We have to go to the field, and going to the field, we are not going to make any impact if we are speaking in broken, voices. We have to come together. That's the first step, and then we'll know who we should be engaging. So that's my contribution.
Thank you. And I think that's what we also highlighted yesterday with colleagues here from Harare Institute of Technology, to have that critical mass, a group of consultants, well organized, and who advocate in professional ways. In African countries, whenever there is advocacy, it's about criticizing what is on the table. And governments are used to criticisms and they don't listen. But if we come together and say, here are Masters of Technology students from Harare Institute of Technology, strategy and innovation, and they have a framework or model that they want to engage the government or the ministry, and everything is coming through the Harare Institute of Technology as a university, the government will listen and you will engage and you will have your call to action. So we need advocacy that is professional and that is based on data, statistics, to say this is what is on the ground, this is what we can do, and how can we then co-create. I don't think any government ministry would say no to that, unless we are an organized group of professionals. Thank you so much for that. Mr. Josh, over to you to introduce Maureen, and then we can officially start her session.
Thank you so much, Dr. Justin. Thank you for this time. Ladies and gentlemen, allow me to introduce our facilitator, Maureen Obeibe from Nigeria. She's going to focus on the fundamentals of organizational development. She's going to look into what do executives expect from consultants, which is a very key discussion. We need to know what executives expect from us as transformational consultants. Let me just go through in brief a profile. Maureen emerged as one of the prominent young African women strategically working for women's economic productivity. enterprise, change leadership, and development in Africa. She is a seasoned business executive with core competencies in corporate development, finance and strategy, policy analysis and development, investment, risk analysis, effective people leadership, negotiation, change management, workplace, team building, training and development. Further, she is the executive director of Deca Groups Limited, which is a manufacturing properties, haulage, and logistics solutions group operating in Nigeria and parts of West Africa. She is currently the vice chairperson of Motorcycle Manufacturers Association of Nigeria, where she champions the sectoral policy development, advocacy, consolidation, and advancement of the subsector agenda in compliance to the national automotive policy and global practice. She is a South Texas University certified train the trainers specialist. She is a knowledge and skills acquisition and transfer expert. Ladies and gentlemen, Maurice is full of knowledge, full of skills that she wants to share with us. Please, Maureen, welcome to the seminar. Please take us through. It's over to you.
Right. Thank you very much, gentlemen. I couldn't pick your name. Thank you very much. I believe I'm audible now, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much, gentlemen. And let me just tender an unreserved apology for not being on ground when my time was supposed to be. I was supposed to take this presentation before Yvonne. I had some pressing challenges, unforeseen challenges in the home. And I was also thinking that the time today is 10 a.m. So I apologize. It's a wonderful to be here, and I thank God because I've learned a lot already, and I know there is more to take home from this seminar. I want to appreciate once again the Institute of Technology Zimbabwe for collaborating with us to create this seminar that I think is of a high value. And then I go straight to my presentations. Fundamentals of consulting is what I will be taking first, because the presentation that I'm supposed to handle is focusing on what the organization leaders expect from consultants. But it is very, very important that we look at what organization development represents. I want us to look at the roots of organizational development. What is it all about? Because if we are talking about consulting in the perspectives of organizational development, it is very important that everybody in this participation room understands what organizational development entails and what it is all about before we talk about what consulting in that perspective means, consulting in the lenses of organizational development. So I read the organizational development perspective. We cannot dive into the explanations of the meaning of consulting through the lenses of organizational development without settling down to appreciate the fundamentals of organizational development. Organizational development is an effort. I want us to pay little attention here because understanding these basics will go a long way in assisting us as consultants to maintain the ethics, the code of conduct of the practice wherever we are going. As a practitioner, as a consultant, or as an academic, understanding the fundamentals is very important. And that is the first step I will request every professional of OD. That's the first step I will request that we all take before we delve into our areas of specialization. Organizational development is an effort planned organization-wide, managed from the top to increase organization effectiveness and health through planned intervention in the organization's process using behavioral science knowledge. And this definition was crafted by Richard Becker in 1969. I would like to classify this definition as those definitions that made it possible for all these new definitions of OD to evolve, to emerge now. By 1969, this gentleman looked at this field and pinpointed several things that should make us to understand the undertones, the foundations of organizational development. It's managed from the top. It is a planned intervention. It is talking about organizations' effectiveness and health. It is talking about use of behavioral science knowledge. So the behaviors of individuals, the behaviors of workforce, the behaviors of everybody that is a component of the external and the internal factors of organization. Every human being that is a part of organization, internally or externally. So, and then I move forward to the next definition. This one is a more recent definition by Cummins and Wally, 2005. And I will also suggest that after this seminar, we are going to send the slide, but the participants should take a few minutes to research further on the fundamentals of OD. Because when I was planning this slides, I find out that there are more than 10 definitions of organizational development to tell us how variant that author's perspectives is on this field. So the more perspectives you look through, the more perspectives that you study, the more perspectives that you read about, the better you are positioned to be able to craft your own definition. So I go to the paragraph 3. The more recent definition by Cummins and Wally, this is 2005. Cummins and Wally define organizational development as a system-wide application and transfer of behavioral science knowledge to the planned development, improvement, and reinforcement of strategies, structures, and processes that lead to organizational effectiveness. I want us to be picking on the similarities. What are we call the common denominators of all these definitions? There is something that is always looking like it is appearing in all definitions. There is something that I am seeing from this point, it is appearing in almost all the definitions. It is system-wise. It is talking about organizational effectiveness and health. The first definition, the second definition has highlighted that, and that's what I want people to pay attention to, because whatever subject, whatever character that keeps appearing in each author's definition should be telling you that these are the pillars of this field. This is the pillar of the practice of organizational development. So as I move forward to the next slide, that's slide 2. There is a renewed definition of organizational development, and this one is by our own Dr. Justin Chinoperekwe, the president of Center for Organizational Leadership and Development. Dr. Justin, in his book, Organizational Development Review, 2019, page 29, defined organizational development as a planned, collaborative, research-based approach to improving effectiveness at the unit and organizational level. And I would like to direct our attention to something on this particular definition. We have read definition 1, we've read definition 2. This is the third definition. And this third definition, I seem to embrace it more because there is an item that he has here. There's an item that he has here that the first and the second definition did not capture, but is an integral part of the organizational development practice, and that is collaboration. Organizational development is actually a field that is practiced in collaboration. And nobody can argue over this. It is a fact, because from the point that an intervention is to be introduced into an organization, collaboration has already kickstarted. What is it that you can do in organizational development without collaboration? strategic collaboration, intentional collaboration, because you are going to have conversations. You want to know what you have to intervene about. You want to know what the problem is in an organization. And you start by engaging the members of the organization, the leadership, managers across levels, then members, the entire workforce. You are going to have a conversation. You are going to have inquiries, valid, appreciative inquiries to understand the kind of problem existing in that organization, and then the kind of solutions that we are going to craft. So it is a collaborative practice. It is collaborative in nature, and this is what attracted my interest in this definition, and I took it as one of the best definitions so far, in organizational development. It's also a research-based approach to improving effectiveness. It is research-based because if you are trying to introduce an intervention that you are claiming it will bring change, it will bring positive transformation, it will bring improvement, it will bring renewal in an organization, you must be talking from the point of view of having a validated data to support what you think you are selling to an organization. You must have a validated data. That validated data can only come about through research. So it is a research-based approach to improving effectiveness at the unit and organizational level. And I also like the fact that Dr. Justin highlighted that it is effectiveness not just at a section of the organization. He's talking about the unit, he's talking about the entire organization. So there is no unit in the organization, there is no arm of the organization that is being neglected if we are talking about introduction or if we are talking about organizational development interventions and practice in organization. No unit is excluded. It is all integrative in nature. And I like the fact that he highlighted this particular item in his definition. This is a very holistic, a very robust definition of organization development. And I go further. It further states that the organization development encompasses anything that organizations do, every single thing. You can underline this word, anything that organizations do to promote positive change or growth, enhance fact-based decision-making, and manage the increasing complexities in the organization. And I will highlight keywords that is a deterrent, or that is a kind of, it creates hurdle in the organizational development intervention process. He said fact-based decision-making. Why did he have to highlight fact-based? Because in the conventional organizations, especially those organizations that do not want to change, especially in hierarchical system of organization, where leadership assume this super position that gives them the feelings or the air that their decisions is always the best. Whether they have that decision made based on facts or fiction, their decision is usually regarded as the final. So it is interesting to note that it's not just about any decision, it's fact-based. If a CEO decides to make certain decision, is that decision backed by facts? Is that decision valid? When we put it on the table to carry analytics on those components, the components and the process of making that decision, can it be said that, oh, this decision by the CEO is validated? So OD is putting searchlight on all these components in an organization, and that is what makes it a wonderful, practice in organization of today. It's also said, and manage the increasing complexities in organization. Of course, all of us appreciate that organization is increasingly having complexities and chaos, not just complexity, chaos. And for us to be able to put organization in order and checkmate the escalation of the chaotic nature of organization development is very, very necessary, is recommended. It should be embraced. It should be championed by leaders of organizations. So there are more literature on the definitions with variant perspective, as I mentioned before, but we will capitalize on the above three definitions to identify the fundamentals and the common denominator in many definitions of OD. I want us to know that though this slide did not highlight other other definitions of OD, it was able to at least take a look at other definitions by other authors across stages, across time, and be able to arrive at what is identified as the common denominator. That is what is consistent with the various definitions of organizational development. So
I'll help you to pause there.
Okay.
And I'll pick on Joel Mukwidigwe, the three definitions and the explanations from Maureen. How does this inform you as a strategy and innovation student or consultant? These three definitions. Joel Mukwidigwe. Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. I was very interested in the last part where she said we have to enhance fact-based decision making. It's very common in organizations for the leaders to just take their own decisions without any prior research or any facts, just because of their position and their power in their role. So I think it's a very important aspect there. We need to encourage organizations, especially the leaders, to appreciate facts so that their decisions are not based on their feelings, they are not based on their predisposition or their hidden interests to protect their jobs, but they have to be fact-based so that they affect the organization positively. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And there are a lot of interventions that as consultants we can bring to ensure that we get those fact-based decisions. Forward insights from these explanations. Anything that captures your curiosities. Forward. Forward not there at the moment. Yes, go ahead.
I can make comment, Dr. Justin.
Yeah, just a minute. Forward is ready. Forward.
Yes, Doc. Actually, this explanation is an eye-opener in terms of us, the students, for strategy and innovation, because it is based on the imagined approach in terms of the approach to the organizational development in terms of the fact-based approach in terms of the effectiveness of the plans in terms of the implementation. To me, that is actually an eye-opener. That's my submission.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
An imagined approach and making use of facts. And the idea here is for you then as consultants to start developing your model or framework to say, when I go into organizations, how do I ensure that there is fact-based decisions? And this is where we need then to have difficult conversations. I see two hands up. Dr. Moore first, then Dr. Violet, then Maureen will take up. Dr. Moore.
Thank you, Doc. Mine is more of a question, trying to marry this with the previous discussion where we were emphasizing of the VUCA environment. Now there is emphasis on fact-based decision-making, validated decisions. How practical is that in a VUCA environment? Thank you.
Thank you. How practical is fact-based decisions in a dynamic and VUCA environment? Opinion on that, Maureen. Dr. Violet.
For me, it's just a comment to say that the emphasis of research-based approaches, it's very, very key. And as OD practitioners, we really need to also emphasize it in our practice. Because what I realize there's a previous speaker who talked about decisions not based on feelings, decisions not based on personal interests, and that has killed organizations. Decisions based on perceptions, decisions based on misconceptions. Why are we not encouraging the research-based approach? Because we will not waste resources. If we do it basing on the earlier things, feelings, personal interest, misconceptions, perceptions, they are mere perceptions. They are not the real facts. And so we find ourselves investing time, money, and other resources in resolving an issue which is non-existent. So I also want to underscore research-based approaches in our OD. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Patrick has a burning comment before you, Marlon, again. Patrick.
Just to answer, or at least give it a perspective on the previous question. Yeah, facts today emerge. The facts today, as we continually learn and have continuous feedback loops from external and external sources, we look at the trends and patterns, and those facts of today may not be the facts of tomorrow. So this is engages into what's called emergent learning. We continually learn based on new information, new data, new research, and that's part of the culture that we continuously learn, and it's basically called emergent learning as things emerge. So just a slight comment there.
And I would add information systems as well. If we have information systems that are always communicating data, the trends and patterns, they show us the facts in real time, and we make decisions based on that. So technology will help on that as well. Yeah, Maureen, over to you.
All right, thank you very much. Just before I continue, I want to chip in an experience that just occurred yesterday. As I told you yesterday, I was inducted into the Harare Institute of Management Consultants, Nigeria. And in our syndicate team, we were asked to discuss the relevance of informal interactions between top management and they said top management and low cadre, management, to discuss the relevance of informal relationship. And then some of the members of the syndicate felt that it was not a factor, it was not an important conversation to have. And because I'm coming from the organizational development background now, I had to cut in and I tell them that it is very relevant. Because if you are working in an environment where you have people coming from diverse backgrounds, coming from a social system that is very variant, like have different characteristics. Okay, for instance, you have a CEO who is living in certain locations of the city, who doesn't experience power seizure. He does not experience probably bad road because maybe the office is just behind his house. He has all the money to feed his family, pay all the fees. He has everything going. And then you have a janitor who lives in the other side of the city that do not even have electricity for over a month and may not even have money to have even fed to come to work in a particular day. There is need for there to exist an informal relationship, not just a place of when you are giving directive in the office, a place of where you are sitting in the meeting, probably that they will not have opportunity to speak. There has to be some level of informal relationship because it helps the leaders of organizations to appreciate the undertones of experiences that their workers are having. And it will help them to determine how to even tune their policies in order that it will not crush them, but rather encourage them. So I felt it was a very important conversation. And of course, we had it because the number of people the number of leaders in the syndicate team who said we should have this conversation outnumbered those who say we shouldn't. And in the process of that conversation, everybody was bringing a whole lot of experiences. So I think one of the ways to impact decision making is also having this informal relationship, not just, we should be having unorganized, non-formal meetings with our staffs, at least the junior staffs. So that's what I want to chip in. One of the ways to ensure that decisions are made based on facts, decisions are made based on what is on ground, is to establish a ground, establish a space, establish a condition that will propel or encourage relationship between everybody in the organization. The CEO should be able to have, just an interaction, 2-3 minutes, 5 minutes interaction with the janitor, the gate man, everybody. It makes things easy because he's going to get information firsthand. And for instance, if you want to say that the security man should be at work, or maybe the janitor should be at work at 6 a.m., without understanding that even the place the person is living, that if he leaves that place, he may not even have transport, number one. He may also not even have, even if he have drivers and left his house in a time that is safe enough for him to leave his house, he may not be able to enter into the premises of the organization even an hour after the organization have pinned up a particular time for him to resume work. You will get what I call a virgin information when you have this kind of interactions with your workforce. So that's what I want to put in.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that. I think it's a reality in our economies. Most of the employees actually wake up at 4 a.m. They walk to office, long journey. Nobody asks, nobody cares. We see them in office 8 a.m. in the morning. We think everything is fine. So these conversations will help a great deal, and we need to help senior leaders to start seeing things from a human perspective. Thank you so much. Yes, Maureen.
All right, so we move ahead, gentlemen and ladies. We are going to highlight some fundamentals of OD, deduced from the definitions above. The 3 definitions above has been able to open our eyes to key things that we can call the fundamentals of OD. And I want to I have itemized them in this slide, and I want us to pay due attention. Number 1 is that organizational development is system-wide. What does it mean to state that organizational development is system-wide? What it means is we know the key functional areas of each organization depending on the kind of organization. Organizations have systems internally. It also has systems out externally. OD is trying to tell the public and everyone that cares to know that it is system-wide. That is to say that all the systems and components of the organization is part of an area of coverage for organizational development. So if organizational OD intervention is coming into your organization, they are checking your process of sales. They are checking what you are doing entirely in your marketing systems and of course in your marketing department. Is looking at accounts and finance. Is looking at your HR and how you are doing your customer service experience management. Is looking at leadership. Is looking at every single thing that has to do with your organization. Because its purpose is to ensure that there is total health in the organization. And of course, we know if we begin to view organization as a human, like we all are, if our head is not okay, no matter how vibrant our hands and legs are, it may not be able to do certain things at some point in time. If we have tummy upset and our head is very fine, we can tell ourselves that we are going to lie down, though our legs are not what is aching. If you have a problem with your eye, you may say, oh, it's just the eye, but you may not be able to eat. You may not be able to use your mouth. So because organization is something that we should see as something that all the systems should be in place and they should all function simultaneously well. We cannot just come and say, oh, I'm bringing intervention on the market. Though we can start interventions unit by unit, segment by segment, department by department, but the goal of OD is to reach every aspect of the organization: the marketing, the financing, the accounting, the customer service, the IT, every system in that organization is what organizational development is coming to take a look at and know the kind of intervention, the kind of solutions, the kind of recommendation, the kind of suggestions is going to bring forward to make sure that each of these systems is operating at optimum. So this simply means that it beats its searchlight on every aspect or component of an organization. None is left out. Underline this, none is left out. If you want to actually practice OD in your organization, you should know that there is no aspect of your organization that will be neglected, including your hygiene, the physical outlook of your organization. So OD maintains a pure holistic approach to engineering total health and effectiveness of an organization. And I go to number two. The number two thing identified from all of the above definition is that organizational development is defined by engagement and inquiry. Is defined by engagement and inquiry. And I like to comment that organizational development approach to consulting is the best so far for me, because because of the place I work, I've had a lot of experiences dealing with consultants, and my department sometimes personally, we are the one to engage and have interactions with them. And until recently, until I became grounded on the field of organizational development, I never realized that some of the past consultants that my company, for instance, had worked with, that they did not know the science of engagement and inquiry. Because most of them ended up having meeting with the board, with the chairman's office, with the HR, with my office, and that was it. Nobody wanted to have meeting with the cleaner, for instance, the hygiene officer, the one that is in charge of hygiene. Nobody wanted to have a meeting with the head of engineering that is all in another place entirely. Nobody wanted to even discuss with people that are running, errands, because we have a unit that runs errands. They do dispatches. That is a distribution of accessories and space. They are part of a subsidiary of the company. So I knew from what I have realized now, being an OD practitioner, that they did not understand fully the science of engagement and inquiry in the process of their consulting. And I want to recommend, without engagement and learning engagement and inquiry skills, it has to be learned. It has to be a skill that no consultant should joke with. You must know how to engage people, inquire, because without these two things, you will not be able to get a very solid information that will guide you in your profiling of solutions to problems of organizations. So it is defined by engagement and inquiry. No matter how competent you are, no matter how excellent you are, no matter your track record, every organization you are entering into has a lot of lessons of peculiarities that will limit, no matter who you have become in the field, that will limit your ability to perform. But through the process of engagement and inquiry, you'll be able to settle down and you'll be able to have core information that you will be requiring to make your recommendations. So OD recognizes the power hidden in stakeholder engagement. I want us to underline this word, power hidden. There is a power hidden in stakeholder engagement in organizations. It's a hidden power, because that power that you are getting from engaging these stakeholders, it will unlock a lot of difficult doors for you in your consulting process. There is power hidden in stakeholder engagements, and this is what I want all of us as consultants to understand. You have a particular power you gain when you engage all stakeholders, not just the top management or the department that you are directly working with. You should also be able, when you are doing your preambles, your consulting preambles, you should be able to also know who your stakeholders are. And it is very key that you engage all of them. The intervention plan and strategy, whatever it expresses, will be involving or affecting internal or external members of the organization. Hence, their full participation from the onset is paramount. That is not to be argued. So number three, Organization development is in continuous cycle. From the above definitions, we should see that organizational development is a science of continuous improvement. It's a practice that is continuous. Even if organization engage consultants, it is expected that the consultant will establish a platform for continuity, even after he or she has exited the organization, has concluded his consulting work, the time frame has elapsed. There is need for there to exist a platform of continuity, meaning whatever change he has introduced has to be able to continue. The sustenance has to be there, and the improvement could still be applied on whatever change has been introduced and established during the work of that consulting. So we should not have this notion that, okay, as a development consultant, as an organizational development consultant, I'm just going to be engaged by certain organization. I will go there, deliver, and I will walk away completely. If you are going to walk away completely, it is expected that you have already trained internal staffs, people that's going to continue from where you ended. Because if there has been an organization development intervention, it is expected that the organization will build on it, improve on it, and continue to improve from that which is established until that time when there is need for another thing, a change entirely to be introduced into the organization. So it is a development is a continuous cycle, and it is an ongoing practice of improvement and intervention that places demand. I realize that OD places demand on continuity even after immediate goals are achieved or realized. Hey, okay, I want the ambience of my organization to be fantastic, to look good, fine. The ambience of my organization, I'm giving an illustration. The ambience of my organization is now fantastic, it's very beautiful, it's attractive. Now what? It means that that state to which the consultant that I engage has been able to get to with the members of my organization to achieve that particular immediate goal is not just going to stand there. There will be an improvement, continuous improvement on what was achieved. That is what this number 3 is trying to highlight. And then I go to number 4. Organization development is humanistic based. Let us underline this. Humanistic based. This is the most integral, most solid, most noticeable fundamentals in OD. There is no author, up to 9 authors that I studied their definitions. There is no author that did not recognize the attribute, the humanistic attributes in organization development. So what is that telling us, practitioners, consultants, and academics? It is telling us that there is no organizational development if there is no humanitarian elements in what we are doing. You can't claim to be an organization development professional when you are not humanistic in your thinking. So all of us are encouraged to begin to develop. If we don't have it, it is something we can get by just changing, reflecting on how we should be conducting ourselves. And I'm not just saying you only show this when you are in an organization to do consulting work because you are being paid. I'm saying that it has to become your lifestyle. For some of us who are in humanities before we joined organizational development, is no longer a problem. We just continue from that line. But if you have not been engaged in humanitarian works in humanities, it is time to imbibe their rules. It's time to imbibe their ideals, their values, because OD has a human face and we cannot remove it. We are not meant to remove it. Rather, we are meant to promote it. So organizational development is embedded in diversity, democratic values, and it has an unbreakable people and organization tiers that propels overall organization. I will explain this last statement further. Of course, we understand diversity, we understand democratic values, and of course, we all understand humanistic values. Then this last statement here is that it has an unbreakable people and organization tiers that propels overall success of organization. What this is telling us is that because of the humanistic nature of organizational development, whatever we are doing in organization, there will be deep consideration for people. There will also be deep consideration for organization, because we understand that these two things is what we are going to harness, utilize, or deploy to create a very massive positive impact in our communities, And from communities, we go societies, from societies, we go nation, and then the world at large. So you cannot separate people from organization when you are doing your intervention. Neither can you separate organization from people. So even if you are focused, your locus of focus is it doesn't matter really where your locus of focus of consulting work lies. But what matters is that whatever you are introducing, you are considering the people working in an organization. And you are considering the organization because if you introduce an intervention that is going to kill the organization, there will even be no people in that organization. And remember that organization houses these people. Organization provides their daily feeds. Organization provides their career development. Organization gives them hope. So if we have to have in mind that the organization must continue. Also, people must be taken care of. So these things cannot be separated. Without organization, there will be no workforce. Nobody will be there. And of course, all those people that depend on those organizations, they will begin to have serious personal, challenges and experiences that is causing problems in their lives. So this should be committed to heart. There is a strong tier between people and organizations that cannot be separated in OD interventions. So I believe that
I'll give you a breather there, and I will ask Ngosikona and Global. What does this tell you, these 4 points in your journey? What do these 4 points tell you in your journey to strategy and innovation consulting? Ngosikona and Global. You're muted if you're speaking. I'll come back to you. Ngobani Ngube. Ngobani Ngube. Yes, Kudzai, go ahead.
Thank you. From these 4 points, what I can pick is that organizations need to be able to understand the aspects of human element in the growth and development of the organization, mainly because achieving goals like profitability, sales revenue, or whatever other goals may be done, but not at the expense of the individuals working in the organizations. So there's need for a balance between achievement of goals and respecting the rights of the employees within the organization, and that will help us to achieve a sustainable organization development. Thank you.
Thank you. And most consultants, I agree, I think they do away with that. They just focus on satisfying what the executives want. Hence, they don't engage with anyone else in that system. Bontle, these 4 points. And then last we'll go to Penelope and then back to Maureen. Bontle. You're muted. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Doc. Yes, I'll just make just one comment that we need to have a human approach to consulting, and also we speak to the context, and so that we are relevant, and when we are consulting, the client is able to relate with, I think this is basically what it is saying, so that the client is able to relate with what we are trying to achieve. Because when the client system is able to relate with the consultant, they're able to transform. the organization is able to transform, because now they can see how that, there is a possibility of the information being put to practice. Yeah, so when we are putting that approach that speaks to the human element, somebody is able to relate better and see themselves in the system, rather than seeing the system on one hand and the client on the other. So they are part of the system. Thank you.
Thank you. Relating to the context and speaking into the issues within the client system becomes important. I see two hands up. Nobody, go ahead.
Thank you very much. Building up on what we discussed yesterday, I think these four definitions, or these four points, have enlightened me in regards to organizational development, and has improved in regards to co-creation. Was some of these things, for example, engagement inquiry, it brings about that hidden power in stakeholder engagement, whereby it is that it's a tool for co-creation in organizations. And also this 4 points also has highlighted the point of sustainability, whereby whatever changes that has been implemented, there must be continuous. There must be a continuous life cycle. That is the aspect of sustainability, and these things must be ensuring through time. So from what was discussed, I think these are just my comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. And I like the emphasis that came on engagement and inquiry is a skill that we need to acquire. It's not something that we just bolt on and say, oh, we are engaging. We have seen a lot of that in HR. They do HR surveys. It's scheduled on a calendar and it's sent through email, or they do some interviews, and eventually that doesn't bring results that are expected. So we need to harness our skill on engagement and inquiry to ensure that we get that solid data that informs transformation. Thank you for highlighting that as well. Tatenda Musasiranwa, go ahead. Tatenda.
Okay, thank you, Doc. It's Murasiranwa.
Okay, sorry about that.
Oh yes. Yes. These 4 points were kind of a summary of a lot of things we have been discussing yesterday. But I want to put an emphasis on the third point, which speaks on continuous cycle, or an iteration of this cycle of development. So many times organizations, when they achieve certain things and they create history out of those achievements, they forget that change is continuous, and change is going to change, like what someone once said. So there is really need for us as consultants, when we are going into organizations, to emphasize to them and to talk to them and push them to create a culture of iterative thinking in terms of organizational development. When they have included everything and everyone, that is a system and its wideness. When they have done engagement in inquiry, when they've included humanistic ways in what they are doing, they need to continuously iterate these things in order for them to continuously develop and continuously grow. So I have captured interest on the third point, which speaks on iterating these good things in order for continuous development. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And I think that's what also Patrick indicated when he indicated emergent learning in that process. And change is changing. And as consultants, are we dealing with organizations as projects? We just go there for 1 month, we do consulting work, we go. If you look at these 4 elements, you realize that we need a long-term, it's a long-term relationship with the client in order to support that process of development. So when we engage clients now, we are not doing projects, we are building a relationship. And I think on the first day yesterday, I indicated Patrick saying his longest client, they have been in relationship for almost 21 years. They've been working together. So it's a continuous relationship, not a project or an event of engagement. So let's have that mindset as we work with organizations of a continuous relationship that need to be nurtured and developed in that respect. Back to you, Maureen.
Right, thank you very much, Dr. Justin, and all the inputs are very, very critical, very critical.
Sorry, I see a hand up from Dr. Violet.
Sorry, yes. Yeah. I just wanted to give also this practical example, which I think can also help us, because I think if we get more and more practical examples, we can now use them to create our own. So what I did is with some institutions where initially I'm told, Doc, I think people here want research methods. You know, they are not publishing, they are not researching. And then you try and say, so normally I tell them, I want to be relevant. I've heard you. So what I will do is I create a survey. And based on that survey, I send it out to the target group whom I'm going to deal with. So they complete the survey. I ask normally 2 questions. What is it that you want to learn during this workshop? What else would you want to learn? And so those 2 questions, I always reflect and say, they are speaking to now and the future. That's what I see. So when I now have the responses to the survey, I sit down and analyze them. I group them according to themes and sub-themes. And then that's how I always design my workshop materials and the activities that I use in workshops. So having gone now to do the workshop, for example, some of the latest workshops which I did, I told institutions that because of the COVID pandemic, there are so many funded projects and research endeavors which are out there. And we need to do, to equip you with project and research proposal writing. So I did that, but from what I got now on the survey, I realized that I could not start by doing a workshop on grant writing, research and project proposal, grant writing, because that requires research methods in order for you to come up with a succinct research proposal or a project proposal. Both are based on the principles of research. So I called some of the vice chancellors and told them that we need to make a step back. So we need more time. We are going to start with refreshing on research methods, and then we can effectively do the project proposals, because they would now do also some practicals to come up with those project proposals. So after that now, we sailed through. With some institutions, they've sent me their proposals to say, Doc, now review them and help us to improve them so that we can submit them. And you continue to help them. And when you are with them, I think things do happen. Sorry for taking much time to explain.
No, that's fine. I think it reinforces the points here. Back to you, Maureen. We have about 25 minutes.
Okay, all right. Thank you very much, Dr. Justin. So we are on the fourth slide. I think I may have to jump some slide because of the time, or I will speed up. So on fourth slide, we are talking about now consulting from the perspectives of organizational development. It's very simple. Very simple statements here. Academics, practitioners, consultants, they are all charged to embed the practice of organizational development with the basic assumptions that form the foundation of the field's tools, techniques, and models. Tools, techniques, models. I want us to underline this because the demand on us as consultants, as practitioners, as academics is that the assumptions that form the foundation of organizational development should determine, it should inform our tools, our techniques, our models, and everything that we are going to do. So we are not meant, there will be changes, there will be modifications, but we must be informed of those things that will be happening as we are growing the knowledge in the field, expanding the scope of the field. It should still be informed by the basic assumptions that form the foundation of the field of organizational development. So the science, the theory, and the practice is resting on the first principles. And what are the first principles? We have the first principles of the essence of the field, which is to introduce humanitarianism, societal and democratic values, and shift. This is very important. I don't want us to be concentrating on what we are introducing, but now because we've discussed it in the previous slide, I want us to look at this. We have an intention as OD practitioners to shift people, shift ourselves, shift organization, shift our communities, shift institutions, government, or religious institutions from Taylorism, Farley, and Weberism. And of course, we know who these individuals are. What describe these three authors or these three social scientists? Their theories and ideas are making organizations to be performance driven, and organizations will be practicing linear thinking and exclude what I call exclusionist hierarchical system of leadership. Under Taylorism, Farley, and Weberism, we can go and check these social scientists and understand the body of knowledge that they brought into organization. We will understand very well. It is that their body of knowledge that we want to create a little shift from. A shift, we have to shift our mindset, shift our practice, methodologies, orientation. We have to shift a little bit because it looked like it was a fantastic when it was introduced originally. It was looking that it's good for organization, but along the line, a lot of things were found out to be shortfalling in their theories. And so the introduction of organizational development into organizations is to shift thinking, shift the culture of where everything about organization is about performance. Whether somebody is dying, whether somebody is breathing, whether there is even an organization for that matter, what matters to leadership is performance driven. And of course, let us not forget that it is the leadership of organizations that cultivates the grounds of the culture of organizations. They are people that determines how organizations operate. So if it is all about performance, it means the people are neglected. And if people are neglected, it is a very clear contrast to the humanitarianism we are talking about in OD. So it is very key and important to each and every one of us to understand that if you are entering an organization, you are also making efforts to reorientate the members of that organization that they have to shift from these previous ideologies of concentrating on performance only. Because performance only, it has been proven, is not good enough to create great
Sorry, Maureen, you're muted. Sorry, Maureen. Unmute yourself. Yes, Maureen, you're muted. Maureen? Wow.
Start implementing strategies that maybe half of the organization do not know or they did not agree to. So they don't care whether you are a student. What they will tell you is that they would have formulated the policy, they would have fashioned out the strategy, they would have crafted it, and then the only thing you will get to know is that it has to be implemented by you. And of course, in today's world, imagine when you did not participate in the formation of a strategy and it is just brought to your table. If you are a staff, put yourself in the shoes of a junior staff or a low-level manager in an organization. You have brought something to implement, and of course, for you to be able to successfully implement this particular strategy, you are going to be working with your other staff who doesn't know anything about it. Even yourself doesn't know anything about it. So this system was not working, and it was seen that organizations were actually doing very well. They are having fantastic bottom lines, but it was not making great organizations out of organizations, and that is what organizational development has come to correct. So as a consultant, one of our major obligations is to champion what are we call the foundational assumptions of organizational development wherever we are gaining entrance into. And then we move to slide 5. Who is a consultant? What we did here was, it was necessary to just bring out definition of who a consultant is, because I have understood that an ordinary consultant is quite different from an OD consultant. An OD consultant is coming with a different approach that is entirely from what approaches that ordinary consultants are using. And I want to tell us, every single OD consultant should take the profession serious. Because what you are coming to do is you are creating an entire new perspectives for a very large chunk of the members of your society. It's a new thing. We may think that, oh, this thing has been on, this field has been on for over 4 decades. What has been, but go into the field, go into organizations and see what is being done today. You will understand that this practice has been existing, but more on paper, more on the internet, more on, we talking about it. It is not in practice. So let us know that it is a practice-based, field. It's a practice-based profession, and we have to be ready to make sure that we back up every decision, every step, every action we are taking out there with what is embedded as the foundations of this field. So who is a consultant? A consultant is a professional who provides advice for the purposeful activities in an area of specialization. This is a definition by Wikipedia, and I intentionally brought out this definition. This is all Wikipedia know about who a consultant is. But I want us to look at this. Is consulting all about providing advice and furthering purposeful activities in the area of specialization, in your area of specialization? This definition, to the best of my knowledge, I questioned it. It is very limited who a consultant should be, because it's a definition that is just basing a consultant on the consultant. Isn't talking about anything that the consultant is delivering. Isn't talking about the values that the consultant is giving. He said provides advice. And of course, I want to tell us that this is what most consultants is in practice, in the field. Provide advice for that purposeful activities in the area of their specialization. Anything outside that their area of specialty, they do not know anything or have nothing to offer. And this is what OD consultant is coming to change. As an organizational development consultant, we are not just going into an organization to provide advice and further purposeful activities in the area of your specialization. No. In OD consulting, we are told that you should be multifaceted. You have to have chains of discipline that at least you know one or two or little things about. As an organizational development consultant, I cannot go into an organization and they are discussing matters about taxation and I have nothing to offer there. Simple because I'm an organizational development consultant, I don't know anything about taxation in organizations. So we are told that to be a very efficient and rounded consultant, we have to know certain things. We don't just have to kill ourselves on top of one single area of specialization that we have. We have to learn more. We should be versatile to some degree. So I am questioning this Wikipedia, and I want us as consultants to also look at this definition and know what we should craft out of it, because this is what consultants are doing, especially in my country. I will speak more in my country because I have not engaged consultants in many other countries as much as I have engaged, consultants in Nigeria. Now, I will shift from this definition by Wikipedia. Then, how many minutes do I have, Dr. Justin?
We have 13 minutes, 13.
Okay. All right, please. I would like us to take our time after this presentation. We will have slide meetings to you. Take your time and then have some further study on who the organizational development consultant in the perspective of OD. So I'm going to slide 6, functions of organizational development. No. We should leave that. We can study this by ourselves. Please, let us go to slide 7. Why do organizations need consultants? And I'll just race through it. Of course, we know what these things are. We are on slide 7. The 10 reasons highlighted here why organizations need consultants. Complexities in the organization environment is number 1. Rapid changes in technologies. You will agree with me that when technology changes, there is expectation that organization is supposed to be bringing in the new technology or learning how to phase out from the old technologies to bring in the new one. Usually, organizations do not have this capacity. Most organizations do not have this capacity, especially some of us that are in the manufacturing. We do not have capacity on our own to bring in this technology, get the installation done, and of course the operation. We are always going to contact consultants who will be bringing in, helping us achieve this change at that point in time. What other reason? Acquisition, devolution, and mergers. We know what acquisition is. Okay, my organization, for instance, the GAP group, we want to go and acquire another company. Sometimes, often, from my experience, most organizations do not have the wherewithal or the capacity to do all the process, documentation, legal, all the processes that is involved in acquisition. So they are going to come for you. Devolution, okay, when a company wants to dissolve, of course, members of the board and the investors, all the stakeholders, we have to know, but this is also, it is size specific, that is the size of the organization. All those organizations that is no longer, personal organizations that is owned by one person or partnership, bigger organizations, when they are having devolution, it is very, very critical. It's a critical moment in that organization and they need help. So changes in workforce, global and industry best practices, expansion, business scale-up projects, bottom lines, improvement and effectiveness of organization, fostering change and adaptability, organizational renewal. These are the things that make organizations to look for you and for me as consultants. Now, 8. Now, this is very, very important. What is it that organizations or executives expect from the OD consultant? The number one item, and this is not just based on assumption. It is what I see a lot of organizations, even with some interactions that we had with some companies in Asia and in America. One of the greatest things that organizations look out for when they want to engage a consultant is integrity and competency. I have not seen an organization that just went and picked somebody simply because that consultant is competent. I'm yet to see an organization that is just looking for a competent, consultant without having to check the track record. That is, who is this consultant and what is his behavior and the character like. And I'm going to be moving at a good speed because I have very few minutes left. So we will have time to read, but there's something I want us to highlight on this slide 9, slide 8, just a statement. In the manufacturing sector, for instance, I have to highlight this one because that is the one I know of, that I am certain what I'm saying or what is being illustrated here is very close to being the complete reality of organizations in this sector. Pharmaceutical companies, cosmetics, food and beverages, and even automobile. In their production, if they have a need for a consultant to work in their production, it is highly unlikely that this organization will just pick somebody based on competency. So the statement here says that, for instance, in their production, the management will be more disposed to hiring consultants with a high integrity pedigree beyond being competent. Yes, it must be competent, but the next very important thing in these areas must be somebody that has integrity. Because in some cases, this consultant may come in, and along the line, they will start becoming too inquisitive. Before you know it, your code of production, what you are using, for instance, if you are doing cosmetics, you are doing food, beverages, or pharmaceutical, what you are using, your combination, they will extract it from people in that department. And before you know it, they will sell it to other companies. So this is why it is very important for them to get people that are of high integrity, people that have a high integrity pedigree that cannot be engaged in those sort of things. So in that, having said that, consultant needs to build an impeccable track record, and maintain a high degree of compliance to code of conduct and business ethics. Whichever industry a consultant is entering, you have to understudy the business ethics in that industry, and you have to be able to know the code of conduct. It's the certain departments of that industry. You must not break it. Because if you do, even if you get away with it, if they find out, you are going to face a lot of litigations that you may not be able to carry. They are massive organizations with a lot of capital all over the place. They will deal with you. You may not even be able to consult again. And if you are in OLDN, we will withdraw your license. You will not operate again as a consultant. So that is very, very important. So the other one is competency. I will not talk much on competency because all of us know what that is. And then I go to the next slide, which is 11. A consultant is expected to be people sensitive. At the heart of the organization is people. And organization development is a people-driven activity. We have been told. It is grounded in the field of behavioral science. So you have to be people sensitive. The CEO expects the consultant to be such that can understand the soul of the organization. Do we know that organizations have souls? You see, if you do not know that organizations have souls, it's important to know it as a consultant. And when you are entering into an organization, you must determine what is the soul of that organization and ensure that you are not killing their soul, even if you are bringing another better alternative. There should be motivation mechanisms. When I was carrying out this study, I was also surprised at a point because I said, oh, is a consultant now the leaders of the organization that should be responsible for motivating the members of the organization? And I realized that it is important, it's relevant, because organization, you are entering into an organization to proffer solutions to their problems. Have you experienced or have you imagined a scenario that a consultant will come into an organization and when people sees you and start leaving their seat, or you call for a meeting that you want to speak, you want to have an inquiry, a session with, and you see people just hissing, or not very comfortable, or they're walking away, or trying to give excuse not to come to your presence. So you must have a way of becoming a motivation engine, that when you get into that organization, even the lower, the middle, the lowest people should embrace you. They will have this type of positive energy when you come into the organization. Every consultant should learn this. There should be something welcoming about you as an organization. And that is what these people's sensitivity is talking about. Don't go there frowning face. Don't go there, wearing your, blazers from Italian suit and then walking like you are walking on the streets of heaven. Something must be welcoming, and you have to motivate the people. Come with motivation it works. It will work magic for you. As you do your consulting work, you should be people sensitive. So motivate people. We go to the next one.
I think this is the last I have on slide 11.
Okay, fine. I'll just race through this. I'll find, we will take a few minutes break. I will find the other place where I discuss the business case. I wanted to bring a real-time scenario, but it was not something that's supposed to be published publicly. So I decided to do a story, which I will tell it physically here, and then we'll just discuss the other elements. So this last one is talking about business case that requires the intervention of organizational development. Okay, we are people sensitive. After people sensitive, we have
yes, that's the last I have from my end.
Okay, that's the last you have. That's fine.
Let's see the one with a diagram, Dr. Justin.
Okay.
There's something which is coming with a diagram. I think I missed it.
Lot of time. Do I have to go back to it?
You have just 1 second.
Okay, all right. Because we don't have time, that's why we are jumping this particular diagram. This is helping us to understand the expectation when we are talking about competency. If I go back to this competency, you will see that this is not there. Sorry.
Yeah.
So
I think this is what Dr. Makuku wanted to see on the OD interventions and how it connects to the outcomes, I think.
Okay, all right. Okay, so let me just go straight to. So beyond being people sensitive, being purposeful, being competent, we define competency as the capacity of the consultant to be able to assist organizations to realize the 10 clusters of desired outcomes in organizational development. There is an author by name Egan. In 2002, he published what he called 10 clusters of desired outcomes in organization development. And when we are talking about consultants being competent, this is the yardstick that organization could use to measure the competency of a consultant. Because out of these 10 clusters of desired outcomes in organizational development, each organization that is engaging a consultant, we have about 2, 3, or 4 from these outcomes. That is the reason why they are engaging that consultant. If you are not advancing your organizational renewal, you may be, you may be having organizational culture change. You just want something different. People to behave differently, people to react to challenges differently, people to deliver their roles in the workplace, in their work unit, workstation differently. If you are not doing that, you may just say, oh, this company is no longer profitable. I am suffering losses. How do we do it? Our sales are going low. Okay, we are going to do something about profitability and competitiveness. So seeing all these outcomes, as illustrated by Egon 2002, is what we determine how competent you are. A competent consultant should be able to assist an organization realize 2, 3, 4, or 5 of these organizational development outcome. By the time you are entering into the organization and at your exit time, there should be noticeable changes in these 10 areas. There is even more, but we are just using this to give an illustration.
Thank you. I'll stop you there because of time. Yes. And I think we are going to share the presentations, and those who can connect with Maureen on LinkedIn, do connect with her. She's the first COLDC consultant we have in Nigeria. And she's ready, especially for those who are into women empowerment projects. The ladies who are here, please do connect with Maureen as well and join the women capacity development initiatives that she is part of. As we close this session, and then we take a short break and have the last presentation and then the case studies that we are going to share. I saw Ndlovu, your hand was up, a comment. We'll use the next 3 minutes for the discussion on this. Ndlovu.
Thank you, Doc. It's just a quick one. I could have missed it. When the Doc was speaking about the imperatives for the consultant to say how much a consultant conduct themselves, I wanted to find out, you sometimes get into organizations where senior management already is an established position. Maybe they are doing restructuring or whatever program they want to do, and they just want a consultant who will come and confirm what they already have in mind, so that they can then have a basis to make whatever changes they are thinking of making. So my question is to say, from experience, how can such instances be handled, where you are literally being handheld to a certain conclusion or decision that top management wants you to just come and endorse as a consultant?
Thank you. So you're asked to be a rubber stamper in an organization. Anyone else with a question, so that Maureen will respond to both questions and comments. Questions, comments. Okay, Maureen, attend to that.
Yes, thank you very much, Dr. Justin. This question is a very brilliant question, and I thank God this gentleman asked this question. Reason being that if not because we do not have time, I also have something I would have termed negative and positive expectation of management. Because of course, in this case, I'm a consultant, I'm also a management, and I should be able to be neutral. And also I have experience now on the practice side, and I have experience now on the academic side. There is what I call negative expectation of leaders, organizational leaders on consultants. And one of the things that we are going to be doing as consultants is to go and learn all those negative expectations and prepare our mind beforehand, because we are going to meet it. One of those negative expectations is this question that this gentleman have just asked. In certain cases, the leadership of organization will engage you as a consultant, but they will want to cage you. They will not want you to go to certain area. In some cases, I have seen where the leadership, even though they are the cause of the problems in the organization, they are trying to pinpoint it to the manager. The crisis that the organization was having is not caused by that particular department. But because they have the capacity, they are the one that is sitting and discussing with the consultant. Of course, you know, they are the one approving the payment. So this is what I have to tell anybody. And I am very particular about this because I'm having expectation to be dealing with public institutions in my consulting practice a lot. And you see a lot of these things in large numbers in public institutions, public organizations. So what I want to tell consultants is this. Remember that you are going to submit a proposal, a consulting proposal. A professional should have what he calls a proposal, consulting proposal, to submit to organization. And that proposal, you are going to tell the organization your terms and conditions. And the organization, you will softly craft it. You will softly craft it. And you will have to have a way of making it look like it's for their own interest. And of course, it is for their own interest, but they do not accept it. They don't always accept it. But in your proposal, you must include that you would like to work with every member of the organization as a family. In fact, if it means starting to promote people that you do not even have much information about, just the little information you have, promote them in the presence of the management or in the presence of the leader, so that the leaders, they will not think that, oh, these individuals, these staffs are going to share certain negative information about what I'm doing. And make it clear to the leaders that you are not interested in what is not going on well, so to say. You are here for solutions. And you let them know that you have even seen darker situations from where you are coming from. You were even having a darker expectation of the state of the organization. So the moment you position yourself, all these things will go into your preparation as a consultant. How you position yourself. That your proposal will capture all these things and you will discuss it. And of course, you remember that it's going to be an offer letter, which they will give you what they are offering you for your consulting work. And there's going to be acceptance. The moment you are able to do your paperwork excellently well, they cannot cage you again. And of course, also remember that you need diplomacy. You have to be very diplomatic. Show protection, that there is you have a window of protection for the management, you have a window of protection to the junior staffs. But if you are allowed to be caged, let me tell you what will happen to you as a consultant. Remember that at the end of your consulting work, there will be a report. The report is, did you succeed or did you fail? The point is that if you fail, no other organization will go and investigate why you failed. The failure will be attached to your professional image, and it means you are incompetent. So that is why it is our responsibility to make sure that we have everything that will allow us to succeed in our consulting job. If you do not have it, please turn down the offer. Don't consult, because you will be killing your profession from the onset. Because if they cage you, put you in a position where you are not able to perform, you are not able to deliver your roles, you are not able to, put your expertise into practice, you are not able to bring what you know into practice, you are going to fail. You won't succeed. So why will you take on jobs that from the beginning you already know that you are going to fail? And the reason why I believe this is possible with OD consultant is because we are consultants not just because we are going to earn money. We are consultants because we want to effect change, and with our presence.
Thank you.
So thank you.
Okay, so good conversations with management, with the leadership, is quite fundamental. And as consultants, we need to have that courage to turn down certain offers and say, based on the approach that I feel is sustainable in this instance, and the observations I have, I might not be the right person to support you on this engagement. In future, I will be glad to support. Meantime, I can pass this opportunity. So it depends with our standing and the conversations we will have with the leadership and management. And then we need to reach an agreement. And then that agreement will get into a contract. And what have we discussed and what have we agreed? So are we able to turn down contracts that seem to not work and there is no alignment in what we are trying to achieve? Or we need contracts at all costs? If we need contracts at all costs, then we are forced to enter into that relationship, which we know from the onset that it doesn't work. So let's have good conversations with clients and then map a way forward that works for both parties. Because of our time, I will ask us to have a 10-minute break, and then we proceed with the last presentation after the 10 minutes break. That is at 1:30 your time in CAT, and that's 12:30 in Nigeria. So let's take a 10-minute break and then proceed after this break. Thank you. Thank you, Maureen, for this.
Thank you, Maureen. That was powerful. We learned a lot.
Thank you. Kudzai, you want to say something? Go ahead.
Yeah, true. Thank you very much. Actually, on that point, which has been the last point to be discussed about being called in to endorse a position that supports the aspirations or the interests of the management, you realize that in some cases, you may be given information which is not sufficient, so that whatever recommendations you make will be in line with what they expect you to do, so that they will say, this is what the consultant has said. So you can come to an organization and ask for some facts or some files so that you can actually gather your argument. But then you are given half of the information, or you are given, in some cases, wrong information, and you go on, proceed to make some recommendations based on such information which is not sufficient. And at the end of the day, you won't be able to give a clear picture or a holistic approach to the requirements of the organization because of that sufficient information that has been given to you. So my question here is, under such circumstances, let's say you feel that the information that is being given to you is not sufficient or is not true. How best can you request for the correct information so that you can proceed with your consultants? Thank you.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Dr. Joseph, can I respond?
Yes, go ahead.
All right, thank you, gentlemen, for that brilliant question. That is a very, common strategies that leaders in the organizations use. But you see, because our approach is different, our source of information as consultants is multifaceted. If you need information in the sales, you may not go to the sales manager to get those information. You may just get to sales supervisor to get information. We have multifaceted channels of extraction of information because we are whole system thinking, because of our whole system thinking approach, which would have been duly discussed with the management. So the management knows that we are not just relying on the CEO's office or on the executive director's office or on the general manager's office to get all the information. We are going to the departments. Even certain information, we get it from the security personnel. Do you understand? So there is going to be very difficult a strategy to utilize for leadership if we are using OD approach, because we are reaching all the tentacles of the organization. And if it is an organization that is good with their record keeping. And by the way, one of the things we should also be talking about, emphasizing on as the OD consultant is the importance of record keeping. There is nothing that any OD consultant can do without records. Record keeping in an organization is one of the fundamental issues that limits the performance and the success of OD consulting or OD interventions. It is very, very key that record keeping is also being emphasized as we are conducting our OD jobs. So because I am not relying, for instance, on the CEO's office alone to get certain information, I can still do my work depending on what I need to do. But if it is an information that is strictly dependent on the approval or disapproval of the CEO or the directors or the EDs, then the key thing I have to do first and foremost is to understand whether those individuals, they have the ownership of the process, whether they have really accepted me to be their consultant, and whether they have understood the approach that I am coming in with. So it still boils down to having a very robust conversation, welcoming conversation, warm conversation with the leadership of organizations. And above all, it is not only in one office that you gather your information. You will go across board to extract whatever information or records that you will need to work with to be a successful implementer of organizational development intervention. So I hope this answered your question, gentlemen.
True, thank you very much.
Okay, right.
Yes, Doc, can I say something?
Yes, go ahead, Ma.
Yes, okay, so I want to add to respond to Kudzai that, yesterday, I can't remember who said that even when you get into somebody's office, by just looking around and observing, you can get a lot of stories there and a lot of facts that can help you. We went further to say that interviews also. And I think it should be part of what you are going to submit in your consulting proposal also, that you would want to do some interviews and this. And then there's something which Maureen said today, which is very, very important, that informal engagement. Yes, I think as you come and pass through the corridors, you can greet people and you can tell their mood. You can also have one or two words with them, just informally, and maybe you would be able to pick one or two things. So that's what I wanted to add on to Maureen's response.
Yeah, thank you. And adding to that, I'm showing this OD map, and Patrick is going to show his stages as well after Bondle's presentation. There's a lot of work that has to happen at the entry stage of engaging with a client. In most cases as consultants, when we get a client, we rush into signing contracts because we need this contract and we really need to get into this engagement. And we take for granted essential or fundamental conversations that should happen at the entry stage. And one of the things that happens at the entry stage before signing a contract is getting into a social contract, an agreement that says, this is how we are going to operate. And this is my approach. This is how we need to move forward. We do that when we are doing workshops. Before you start a workshop, at times we tell people, switch off your mobile phones, and no one speaks unless everyone else has shared something. We agree and we have a social contract. And when someone is diverting from that social contract, we point back to say, no, this is not what we agreed. So when we get a client, before signing a document, there's a lot of preparation work that you need to engage in. And that's where your conversations start. And that's where you need to iron out all these issues. Why exactly is this client engaging me? Are they really committed to this interaction? Do they really mean what they mean? Is it the exact problem that they have identified? Most consultants, when they sign a contract and they get into the client system, they realize that what they were told is not actually what needs to be done. And eventually it complicates the relationship. So let's pay attention to the entry stage of contracting before putting pen to paper and being put in a cage by the client. And let's have a social contract that is binding to say, this is how we are going to move forward in this relationship. Without that, most consultants are frustrated and they end up just doing things to complete this activity and to get their payment at the end. And you realize that you raise a lot of issues. The contract that we sign in most cases does not cover the fundamental issues that makes this relationship to work. So let's pay attention to the entry stage, and Patrick is going to talk about that as well at the end when we are showing the process. And Dr. Makuku, this is one thing that I wanted to share in terms of the process that we take, and this is not a linear process. It has a lot of feedback, and Patrick is going to show that. We get into entry, we do our contracting, we start the data collection, the data analysis, and not by the consultant. It's not the consultant who does the data collection and analysis. It's actually the system itself, getting the data, analyzing their own data, creating their own meanings, and they're the ones who need to give recommendations. It's not the consultant who gives recommendations. The system has to give itself recommendations on what needs to be done. If you see yourself as a consultant being the one giving recommendations, you have missed something, and Bondle is going to be talking about those approaches. So entry, agreeing on people you're going to work with, how data is going to be collected, who is going to prepare the interview questions and the questionnaires. It's not the consultant. The consultant facilitates that process. Have the people ask themselves questions, respond to those questions, analyze that information themselves, make recommendations themselves, and you realize that when they have a final document, it's their document. It's not the consultant's document, because they created the questions, they analyzed those questions, they made the recommendations, so they are liable. So it helps us to then move away from a situation where senior leaders will start blaming the consultant. But all that comes at the preparation stage. What do we do at the entry stage before contracting? And another point that is raised before we move on by Dr. Moore is proposal writing. And in most instances, companies require us to write proposals before even engaging with them. They expect you to send a very nice proposal that speaks into their issues. And we need to be looking at that from a point of view of an organization wants you to send a proposal beforehand, and a situation where you are co-creating a proposal with the client on what needs to be done. I think yesterday I gave an example of a company that was asking for a consultant, and they're saying, send us your material for a 2 days workshop. We want to see the material and then approve. They have not had a conversation with me. They want material already. I'm forced to go on Google, search, and send them. It will not speak into their issues. It will be just interesting, but not transformational. So we'll look into that as well at the end of this session as we give some processes and real examples of the work we have done. Bonke, are you there? And Mr. Josh?
Yes, Doc, may you please start sharing my presentation?
Yes, Mr. Josh, over to you. Okay. All right, I think Josh is not here. I'll introduce Bontle. She's based in Botswana, and she's part of our facilitators here involved with working. Yes, Josh, I see you're there. Go ahead, Mr. Josh. You're muted now. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Justin. Thank you, Maureen, for such a transformational conversation where we have learned a lot. Thank you so much. At this point in time, we are now inviting our speaker from Botswana. She's going to focus on just a bit. Okay, she's going to focus on levels of change and development, as well as consultative approaches in relation to strategy and innovation. She's going to look into why do organizations hire consultants? Is there a need for consulting? So she's going to look into why organizations hire consultants together with levels of change and development, and what are the consultative approaches available in relation to strategy and innovation. Our speaker, she's based in Botswana, and her name is Bontle Malumoloa. Bontle, she is an emerging organization development management practitioner with demonstrated history of working in the government relations industry, coupled with strong education and elections management. She holds professional qualification in management of democratic elections in Africa from University of South Africa, known as UNISA. She also graduated from the University of Botswana with a Bachelor of Humanities degree. Her competencies are customer care, team building, public speaking, stakeholder relations, leadership and strategic planning. She is also a member of the Organization Leadership and Development Network, which is under Center for Organizational Leadership and Development. She's based in Botswana. Bontle, welcome to our consulting seminar. Please take us through the journey of consulting so that we become transformational consultants who can lead organizations, who can transform organizations to attain sustainable competitive advantage. Please take us through. It's over to you, Bontle.
Thank you very much, Joshua. I'm coming at the end after all the presenters have made their presentations. And this is going to be a bit of a summary of almost a summary of what other presenters have presented. Did you mute me, Doc?
Yes, sorry, I was trying to mute someone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I was saying this is more or less a summary of the presentations that were made between yesterday and today. It covers the approaches to consulting. And I just going to start with some key questions. And one of the questions that I would pose is, what?
Sorry, we can't see your screen.
Yes, Doc, I thought you were going to share it.
Okay, okay, that's fine. I'll open and share that. Okay.
Okay, all right.
Go ahead, go ahead.
Okay, yes. We are speaking to people from the technical side this morning. And one of the questions that I'm going to try to pose to them is now, what do they think, since they're going into consultancy, what is the first thing that informs them to engage consultants? Or maybe if they're going into the client system, what informs the client to engage a consultant? And, you know, with that in mind now, once the client goes into the client system, does the client understand their role? So the key question again will be, what is the role of the consultant when entering the client system? These are some of the questions that have been answered already since yesterday. The consultant here doesn't come as a know-all. The consultant is engaged by the client who knows the environment. The client knows the context they are working in. And now, when the consultant walks in, the consultant must appreciate that they are working into the client system to facilitate conversations for co-creation of possibilities. Traditionally, when the consultant walked into the client system, the consultant was walking into the client system because there were problems to be solved. Now, with the OD consultancy, the consultant is going there to show the clients that they have everything in their power. They have the information, they have the knowledge, they have everything. So now the consultant is coming in to assist them, to facilitate them, to discover the possibilities. And now, if the consultant is coming to facilitate the client system, what is the role of the client? The client now, with the information in their hands, what are they going to be doing with the information? Because now the consultant is trying to awaken that possibility that, you know, the client, when you were sitting down and suggesting, looking across your budget and other things, your plans to engage the consultant, you had something in mind. You have the information. You are the process owner. And because you are the process owner, what does that mean to you? What is your role? So your role now that you are going to engage through the consultation process. This is at the beginning. Now it's clear. Now I think the client system, you know that those answers that you have, those are the answers that you have, since you also know you have the resources at your disposal. The context is your environment. So let me help you as the consultant to awaken the creativity, the innovation skills that you have, so that from here we can say we have transformed. So now I'm going to take you to the approaches to consult.
I'll just hold you there as well, and just
Yes.
have one person to respond to the last question there on the screen. Mr. Obet Chahele, how would you respond to the last question? What is the role of the client during the consultation process? What is the role of the client during the consultation process, other than paying the consultant fees? Mr. Obet. Not there. Tatenda, Gutu.
Okay, thank you, Doc, for asking that question. I'll pick the position of being a client. I think as a client, I should be, I should open up to the consultant so that they know the problem on ground. So I think I should be able to equip them with more information about our problem in the organization.
Thank you. So as a client, you need to equip the consultant with as much information as possible. Thank you so much. Wantle, back to you.
Thank you, Doc. Yes. Coming back to this now, I said we are moving to the approaches. So these are the 4 approaches that we are going to try to cover today. We'll try to unpack. We have the expert approach, the medical approach, the process approach, and the emergent approach. So these approaches have also been covered by Maureen in her presentation. Some of the approaches, both Maureen and Yvonne, some of these approaches are traditional approaches and some are emergent approaches. So we start to look at the expert approach. And, you know, as people here, I'm assuming that as we work or as we are with the Harare Institute of Technology, most of what we come across, or most of our content, is the content maybe that is expert based. So here, if you are a consultant delivering your material using this approach, traditionally, the consultant will just come in as the I know it all, as the Messiah. And everybody would just look up to the consultant for answers. Let's look at this illustration here on the right. We can see an engineer, or sorry, both engineers there. They're holding a map. And what we have on that paper, you can see those contour lines, I think, because we can see they look more like civil engineers. So they're holding a topographic survey map. And if you are that kind of consultant with that kind of approach, you are coming there already with answers. You see, the first point says expert skills and knowledge are required to solve the problem. Take an example of that civil engineer, and you also take an example of maybe a water engineer. If you are working with them, when they come into the client system, basically, they're saying, I'm the expert. When you called me, you had your problems. Now I'm going to your system now to give you the answers because I'm the expert. And you are going to be looking up to me to solve your problems. The second one says the expert consultant provides guidance. What is the guidance that the expert is providing? Because the expert is going into the client system with the answers. Let's maybe try to be practical and look at a situation where now we are saying we want to start constructing roads, and the roads department is looking for somebody who can advise them. They have the budget, they have the resources, they have everything, they have the knowledge, but they're still looking for an expert. And what happens if they disempower themselves and look for the expert? The expert already comes with a model. They come with the model. And this is the model that is going to be followed. Why? Because in this approach, there's no space for co-creation. You are not giving the client space to discover. You are saying, when you are building roads, these are the steps that you are going to follow. And you elaborate on those steps. This is your model. This is what the client is going to do, because you are suggesting that as an expert in that traditional approach, there's nothing else that is going to work. Maybe again, we move to the railway, Zim railways. They want fast trains that they have seen somewhere in Europe, and they want the expert. They're looking for the answers from the expert, maybe who's been on a benchmarking mission overseas, and they're saying, our budget, you know, according to the billions that we have, we want maybe a new locomotive, and they're not looking at other factors. And because they're not looking at other factors, they're going to rely on what the expert is going to bring. Whether the expert has assessed the environment they're going to work in, at this stage, it's none of their business. Because what they said, they disempowered themselves. So they said the expert has all the answers. So whatever we want, we are going to fit exactly into the model. Whether those locomotives will work better in China, whether they will work better in Netherlands, they are not even looking at the environment around them. Maybe the temperatures here are different. If the expert, because I'm the expert, I come with, you know, I have the budget, I come already with a procurement of the locomotives. First, I'm going to say also, even the rail line, you have to do away with it. You bring things just the way they are from outside, and you push them down through the throats of the clients. Why? For a simple reason that the client here says, give us the answers. You know everything. And also, this model, yes, works. As we see with the last line, it says most effective to use this approach when there are standard procedures in place which are replicable and operating in a closed system. Because of that, we are saying this, the way it is, it has to be reproduced exactly. It's like a manual. The expert approach, this traditional approach, is like a manual. You are coming with the manual and you are saying, here is the manual. You said you need an expert in this area. And so I'm bringing the manual, follow the manual the way it is. So now, the expert now in OD, what is the difference between this expert in the traditional approach and the expert in OD? In OD, we are saying there is co-creation. The expert, because of co-creation, we are saying when you bring a consultant into the client system with the expert approach, there must be room for engagement. There must be room for engagement, first and foremost. And how does the consultant now engage the client system? One of the techniques they can apply is the appreciative inquiry. You work, these people from the roads department, they want to construct new roads. They called you as an expert. So what do you do when we have this expert model in OD consultancy, you allow them to discover and you support. They've probably done this before, but they are looking for expert advice. And because they're looking for expert advice from you, you don't push everything down their throats. You allow them to discover the possibilities. You assist by supporting them as you engage with the client system. You engage the client system at every level. Take everyone on board. Don't just, maybe in a case where it was the CEO who had said they need somebody to address them, to facilitate them. Don't just engage the CEO. Engage the team at every level. Why are you engaging the team at every level? The levels of appreciation are different. Their desired future is to have, the roads. But what kind of roads do they want? Engage them. See if there's anything they can put on the table. Maybe if you engage them with these tools here, sit down, sit back, employ this humble inquiry. When you are doing that, you are saying, you are creating this safe space. You want them to be creative. You want them to be innovative. When you want them to be creative, when you want them to be innovative, some of the team members, some of them, they have different, kinds of knowledge. You might find that if you come with the expert knowledge that you gained overseas, these ones, together with the expert knowledge, they also have the indigenous knowledge. They will tell you, yes, the politicians want us to have the roads here, but there are other factors to consider. This river here that you see where the politicians are saying we need to put something across. Maybe one of the factors is the community of interest. What are the local people using that river for? So what do? Are we going straight into constructing the river? Or we are also going to consult the communities? This expert now is also sitting there. The tools here, the world cafes, when the client system is engaging in the different models there, the consultant is sitting back and allowing the system to work. Because now, what is the expert saying? I'm an expert, but there's room for collaboration. I don't know everything. I don't know the environment as much as you know it. Maybe you want to construct the road where in 1980, there were rivers. This is a floodplain. But when we get into our, the basic steps for road construction, that is not going to work. That information here, the community has the knowledge, that is going to assist, because we are going out to engage everybody. It's going to work. We are the roads department, but this road is not for the roads department. This road is for everybody. So you are empowering the client. The client now, as the client becomes empowered, the client now is opening up to possibilities. The client having opened to possibilities, you also, as the consultant, start seeing things through the eyes of the client from different angles. For example, if you're going to apply the forced field analysis, you are saying, you are looking at all the forces for the idea, the initiative that you are coming up with. But what are the pros and cons? So as you avoid those as we employ those useful tools, you are also assisting the client system to engage in a manner that will awaken their creative abilities. So I'm going to pause here for some comments. Doc?
Thank you so much. And this relates very well to what is happening on the African continent, where from a public sector point of view, there's so much reliance on experts. And whenever they are doing certain initiatives, they justify on the basis of having hired experts to bring out the interventions. And we have seen a lot of failure in the public sector because the experts, they come, they make nice recommendations. And whenever those interventions are being announced, there's a pushback from the general public. Why? Because they have not been consulted, they have not been engaged, and a nice report was written in line with international standards either, where people are saying we are buying this equipment from China, and the equipment comes to Africa, and 3 months down the line, the equipment is not working. An expert made recommendations, brilliant recommendations. The equipment has been working in China and in other countries, but it seems not to be working in our context. So moving away from that expert mindset is quite fundamental. And I'll take comments from colleagues here. Penelope Malunga, comment, and then we proceed. Penelope, I see you have no audio there. Yes, Patrick, go ahead. I see your mic is on.
Oh, yes, this is great. And if one views themselves as an OD expert, the thing to think about is being a one-trick pony. I see a lot of OD people get into appreciative inquiry, and that's what they use in every situation. Or World Cafes, it's an event. It's nice, and probably get a good lunch. An OD person needs a very eclectic toolbox, many tools in the toolbox, and knows how to fit the right tool for the right situation at the right time for the right client. That takes experience and time. So don't get stuck with one tool and think it's the answer to everything. Use it at the right time as part of an overall process of change. It's not the process of change itself. And we'll maybe talk about that more later. My comment for now.
Thank you. Penelope, I see your audio is there. Go ahead. You're on mute if you're speaking. Yes.
Sorry, Doc. Can I listen? I was having challenges with my network, so I
Okay.
wasn't following smoothly.
No problem. That's fine. Anyone else with a comment on this? And it's very evident in the public sector, the reliance on experts, and they share their profiles and all that, and eventually the interventions seem not to be working. Yes, Maureen.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Justin. That's a very serious scenario in political institutions. So major government institutions, especially those ones that are engaged or that are involved in distributive policies. The thing is this, it is about the integrity that I had mentioned before. Most of the consultants that are doing these jobs have low integrity. And the men at the other end engaging them have the same personality issues. So the point is that at the point of meeting, when the contract is being signed, both parties already know what the outcome is going to be. But because they have exclusively mutual interest in the outcome of the consulting work, which is not to the entire benefit of the public or to the entire benefit of the members of the organization, they tend to be promoting it, though they are seeing that it is failing. So my suggestion in that aspect is, when institutions begin to change their culture and their bureaucratic tendencies in the way they engage consultants, things will also begin to change. Because, for instance, what's supposed to be done is, if there is need for engagement of consultants, this individual is supposed to go public, collect proposal from various, consultants, then set up a committee to appraise, or they can use a software and access the consultant that is likely to bring in the results. The area I am going is, there is a lot of human elements and human factors in the process of engagement of consultants at the public sector. The idea is not for any change to be initiated or to be established. It is all about what I'm making out of this engagement. And I'm just thinking, is it really going to be possible for OD consultants to change this culture? Because it's an epidemic in public sectors. They hardly engage, people that will deliver results. It is always people who will agree, to their terms and conditions. And also, they engage their friends, they engage their relatives, they engage people they know they can sit down and talk unprofessionally with, and then both will agree. So I think it has to even start from the point of engagement of consultants.
Thank you. That's a reality that we are faced in. And as consultants in the African continent, in Zimbabwe, we need to be aware that for us to be engaged, we have to position ourselves differently, because those who have the power to give the consulting arrangements, they give to their friends, they give to certain individuals, but we need to stand there with a model that pushes them to say, we have to engage these people. In as much as we do what we are doing, and we leave Harare Institute of Technology, Strategy and Innovation Consultants, we are not doing anything. So there's a whole lot of work we need to do as strategy and innovation consultants to attract these opportunities, and then to get to sit down on a round table and have a good conversation around what needs to be done. As it is now, it's difficult to break that culture unless we have a critical mass of consultants who position themselves and say, we are strategy and innovation consultants from Harare Institute of Technology. Take us or leave us at your own expense. We know what we do, we have the values, we bring the results. If you don't want to engage us, we don't care, but you are missing out on a great deal of what we can offer as strategy and innovation consultants. So there's a lot of work that we need to do from that perspective. Back to you, Bontle, medical approach.
Thanks, Doc. I agree with you there. There's a lot of work that we have to do as consultants. So we are moving to the medical approach. When you walk into the doctor's consultation room, what happens? I think all of us here have walked into a doctor's consultation room. So what happens?
Kudzai Ziki, what happens when you visit your doctor? Kudzai Ziki.
Can you repeat the question again?
When you visit the doctor and you walk into the doctor's room, how is the interaction like? What happens?
Okay. So when you get to the doctor's room, normally they begin a conversation with you to ask about how you've been feeling, maybe explaining the dates, when did you start to feel this, how is the pain, and what has been happening in terms of maybe your diet and all those issues.
Yes, Bontle.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Kudzai. Let's move to the next slide.
Maureen has something there. Go ahead,
Yes.
Maureen.
I have something to put in, Madam Bontle, excuse me, please. Just a second. On this medical approach, I have identified what I will call a lapses. This medical approach is a little bit limited. It has a limited opportunities for both the client and the consultant to reach a conclusion on what next or what solutions, what kind of solutions should be brought to the table. I'm looking at a scenario where a patient has gone to the doctor's place and is so sick that he cannot even speak. He can't even describe exactly how the symptoms that he's having. He's so sick that he cannot even speak. So the doctor will have to rely on clinical, I would say clinical procedures to be able to even begin to treat that patient to a point where the patient can actually sit up and then begin to have a conversation. If I will use that to reflect on organizations, I think some organizations we get to a point where the problem has become so overwhelming that even the leaders of the organization will not know how to express it. And I will give an illustration. There was a partnership between two friends before in the business. They had a partnership. The owner of the business called his friend to become a director in his company, and both agreed that one person will be in Nigeria here, the other person will reside in Japan. And then the business will be to import automobile components and assemble here in Nigeria and then sell, not brand new automobile components, but used components. And then they started the business and it was flourishing. Then an opportunity came about, and they saw that there is a business in the country here in Nigeria here that they needed to do, quickly and then return their money back to the main reason why the partnership was kickstarted. And then they went into that business. They procured, they got a procurement approval from government and had to import new automobiles into the country and had to, supply to government. But unfortunately for them, the government did not pay as at the time they agreed to pay. And then the funds that the two partners joined together, they are big, but it's just that they have not been able to establish structures and all of that. So the part of the funds that they are using for this business is from financial institutions. So the thing took year in, year out, the interest was compiling. Remember, this is a decision that two companies took. They went to bank, approached bank with their business proposal. It was granted. They brought in their properties for collaterals and all of that. Now, the money now rose to a point where it's even bigger than the value of the business. Now, they needed a consultant. So when a consultant came in, it was difficult for the consultant to honestly understand how to tackle this problem, because the liabilities of the business is now beyond even the value of the business. One person is in Nigeria, the other person is out of the country. So it was a complicated issue. So there are certain situations that consultants will come in, the clients will not be able to provide information because, number one, the places that supplies was done, the man in charge of payment has been, the tenure is over and has been replaced with another person who completely burnt down or destroyed every evidence of all previous transactions because he does not want to be held responsible for any payment. So the clients in this case now don't have any information. He don't even know he no longer know the person that just came in. He no longer know what happens to the document. The other gentleman from living in outside the country is thinking that this other person have collected the payment, is trying to close it up. So they are so overwhelmed that even the consultant himself began to go to the places that they did businesses with, all the offices, and it took a whole lot before he even arrived at some sort of information that can help him to commence work. But this is what happened. As a matter of fact, as I'm speaking, it is already a matter that is in the courts. They are having a litigation over it. So this is an illustration that I want to look at this medical approach. Sometimes the clients cannot even explain. He can't provide the details that can enable the consultant to profile solutions.
Yes, thank you, Madam Maureen, for that. Thank you for that. So, based on what you just pointed out, Madam Maureen, when we look at the slide here, we are basically saying there's a challenge.
Yes.
Yes. So with this model, the doctor is the consultant and the patient is the client. And you have given an illustration of a situation where now it's difficult to make a prescription, right?
Yeah.
Yes, because now there is a liability. So that liability now in this model, what does it tell us? In point number 3, you are basically saying the client, the creative ability and any solutions that the client would come up with, the creative ability is blocked, right?
Yes.
I think, yeah, that's what it's saying. Because with this mental approach, what is supposed to happen is that when you go into the doctor's consultation room in the traditional system, we'll go into the OD approach to this medical model. Here, yes. Later, doc, not now. Okay. So here, where we are in the traditional approach, the prescription that the doctor is giving, the prescription is do this and not that. When the patient goes into the doctor's room, the doctor says, take your medication 3 times a day. And with that kind of prescription, there's very, very little room for discussion. In the traditional approach, The doctor is not giving the client the other side, or maybe if there is anything else apart from the medication that the client or the patient should use. We are saying here the consultant has disempowered the client. There is just total disempowerment. The doctor is not suggesting, maybe when you go into the doctor with a back pain, for example, the doctor is asking you, oh, you have a back pain. Yes, I have a back pain. Because I have a back pain, in medical theory, what is supposed to happen? The doctor prescribes the injection. The doctor says, take some blood tests. No engagement. The doctor says, with the back pain, is the injection, is the medication, is the blood test. Maybe the doctor is also being suspicious that maybe there are some social issues, and the doctor is maybe also saying, if you are a man and you walk in with the back pain, and maybe you have been engaged somewhere in some behavior that the doctor is not disclosing at that point, because this doctor wants to prescribe the solution. This is the traditional approach. We will see what happens in the OD approach, what the doctor could do differently. And because now, as a patient, as a client, you are just taking orders. Like we see the examples here. Traditionally, the teacher knew everything. Even if you are a student, you have researched on certain topics, on certain concepts. Traditionally, you would not, especially in our African society, you would not even tell the teacher there are other ways of doing it. You take it, the prescription as it is. The trainer, like now, we are engaging because this is a different approach. But traditionally, it's a lecture. The approach between the trainer and the trainee, this one is just coming as an empty slate. It's like a tabula rasa. Empty slate, the trainee takes down the notes. The manager and the subordinates, the manager tells them in the morning, 7 o'clock when you comes into the office, this is what you do. And they do exactly that. They're just following the instructions together with the leader and the follower. We see we are not empowering these ones. We are not giving them room to look at the environment and try to co-create, co-sense the environment. What are the possibilities that are offered by the environment? With this traditional approach, there are no possibilities. It's just problems, problems, problems. And those problems, quick fix. If we come with this problem, the solution, quick. Prescription, nothing more than the prescription. You are just like somebody in ICU, just like Maureen pointed out. You come into the doctor's room, you have, you can't describe what happened. The doctor knows, looks at you, they take your vital signs, your temperature is very high, you are probably going to go into coma. Just like that. You see, there is no room for other possibilities, other possible causes. It is just the effect. You are not doing the causality effect feature. If you are coming with this could have happened. No, it's what happened. You are treating that. You are not looking back. So this is the model that was used, medical approach. And if we go today into the OT approach, Doc, now there is a shift in culture. As consultants, we are not saying the medical approach is bad. We look at the medical approach differently. The culture there, you create a different environment where you are saying, we have the same patient who went into the doctor's room with a back pain now. This one who went with the back pain, traditionally, the doctor knew that they were going to give the injection, they were going to give the tablets, the antibiotics, what they are treating, we do not know. Maybe the doctor is even suspecting something. Here, when you have a back pain, maybe the doctor will ask you, do you have a history of maybe arthritis in the family? Anybody who has experienced that in the family before? And the doctor now is engaging. The culture is different. There is co-creation of solutions. You have a back pain, maybe we need to do a scan. Maybe we need to take an X-ray. That other doctor maybe was suspecting infidelity, the back pain, STD. This one is saying the back pain, maybe there is a history. Yes, in your family. Maybe, what are you doing in the office? You are probably lifting some heavy objects. You injured your back. You see now, as consultants, when you get into the client system, you create that environment. That environment that is going to break, those barriers. You are humble. You are also sharing the stories. Somebody comes into your consulting room. They have cancer. And as a doctor, traditionally, you look at the person and you say, you have cancer. And you give them stories of people who died of cancer. But here in OD, you are saying, we have some developments in the medical space. We have heard some good stories of people who have had cancer. These are the possibilities. Instead of just giving the person the prescription, giving them the side effects, giving them the bad side of things, you are also saying, you also look at the person. That person maybe is not even on medical aid. What do? They might collapse and die. Sometimes as the consultant, you are even saying, the medication for cancer is very expensive. You are forgetting the generic drugs that you can prescribe. You are forgetting to take the patient step by step. Maybe the patient also has a history of a relative who survived cancer. That other one, the ladies who walk in with wrinkles, you are saying, you know what? Medical aid doesn't cover the cosmetics. I'll prescribe medication for that. But this one says, of course, medical aid doesn't cover the cosmetics for the wrinkles, but I'll give you some yoga exercises. What do you think? Do you know what is yoga? And, you know, this is during the stage where now you are dialoguing. There's a dialogue. You have created that space for dialogue. You are saying, we are working together to come up with solutions. And as we work together to come up with solutions, you ask those good questions. You become very, very humble. You put yourself as the doctor in the shoes of the patient. You offer and you convey possibilities. You are a pilot. You say, you know, if you are a pilot, we have some standards. You have an injury. What do? We lose you. In this approach, we are saying, we don't lose you. We can, you know, those insecurities that you deal with them, the pilot knows of some people who have not been withdrawn, but instead they've been grounded. But here, as a consultant, you come up, you are saying that there is a possibility for something that is going to work for both of us. You sit with the pilot, you are giving them hope. Instead of prescribing, give them hope that, you know, you have assessed with them and you give them hope for the future. You are not just prescribing and saying, as a medical doctor, my role is to prescribe. You are shifting to a completely different culture where you are saying, you know, let's talk, let's engage. I'm not just going to be prescriptive. I'm going to listen to you because you also have stories, and you become that humble. You also use yourself. You also use the experience that you share. It's shared experience. It's not only the doctor's experience, it's the experience of the client together with the experience of the doctor that is shared. And in this model now, as OD consultant, what happens? Instead of the handicap withdrawing now, seeing your illness as a handicap, you see your illness, you get to see the other side of your illness. Yes, you are unwell, but you awaken that sense of the, you know, the client to also see the future. Here we are saying some useful tools when you are working as a team. The team building that you are talking about here, the useful team, is not the once-off event where you see the managers going for a retreat to play soccer. This is the team building where you lower your guard. As you lower your guard, you are engaging into this conversations that create value. Yes. Comments? Any?
Yes, we'll take one comment. We have about 14 minutes. I see some comments in the chat box. Comment on the medical doctor approach from HIT students, HIT members. Who is there? Tatenda Gutu or Obet Chahele? Anyone? The medical approach to consultation. Yes, Patrick, I see your mic is on.
Yeah, in the medical approach in OD, yes, of course, traditionally the doctor does all the tests. He asks a couple of questions. You have no idea why he's asking those questions, what's behind the questions. Does a test, comes out with his pad and paper and says, here's what we're going to do. If you want to call it a medical approach in OD, it's a co-creation of the cultural assessments or any assessment. Let's get together and, figure out what we're going to assess, how we're going to do it, and work together in co-creation to do the assessment. So I just wanted to, maybe it was clear already, but just wanted to bring that out even more.
Yes, and I see comments on positivity in the chat box as well. We need to be agents of hope and motivation towards positivity, warm acceptance of the realities and the needed interventions. And I think this is the kind of doctor that we would want to visit. A doctor who engages with us in that generative dialogue and gives you that sense of hope. And when you get that sense of hope, that's where creativity and innovation emerges from. And as such, we build sustainable interventions. Yes, Montclair, we have about 12 minutes.
Oh, I didn't know I'm that slow. Okay, we move to the process approach. We have two more left, I think. Yeah, the process approach to consultancy.
So you can move a bit faster. We don't want to lose any of the explanations.
Okay. Yes, thank you for that. This one, the consultant is the facilitator. See, the consultant is facilitating, and with the expert approach, the experts knew everything. So here we understand that the client is the process owner. This is where now we are moving into the emergent approach, where we are talking about co-creation, co-evolving, co-designing. The environment is for both of us, the way it presents itself. It says there is a series of interconnected steps that guides the consultative process. These steps, the way they are, they connect together. Nothing works in isolation. Nothing works in isolation. When you are presented with the environment as the consultant, you can just, take a back seat and look at the client system working on, you have given them the skills, you've given them the approaches. You sit back. If there's a survey that is to be carried out, don't, as the consultant, go and if it's the questionnaire, give the questions. Don't, as the consultant, take it upon yourself to analyze the data. What we are basically saying here is that there is transfer of skills. You have the tools. You are sitting back, you are looking at the client system. They are going through the processes. What do you have? You can advise them. Yes, I can see you are working on your strategy. And as you work on your strategy, maybe when you are identifying those pains, when you are identifying those enablers, do you know there's the pestle analysis, there's the SWOT analysis. You are guiding the environment, the knowledge, they have it. You are sitting back, you are offering guidance, you are saying, you are empowered. I have the tools, you have the knowledge. So what we are going to do now is to work together in creating and seeing the, your system evolve. From where it was, we are doing that together. You haven't called me as the consultant to be on this journey with you as an expert. You are calling me as a consultant here to say, apply your cognitive and emotional skills. The process is yours. The budget is at your disposal. So what do? Move. I'll be here guiding you. So let's move to the last one. We have comments later. Okay. Yeah. So the last one is the emergent approach, where we are saying with this emergent approach, we are saying the system has to be agile. We move in real time. As the consultant, we are saying the system is very, very complex. Because the system is complex, we need to say, what are we going to do immediately? Are we going to take time? If you look at now during COVID, if as a country we are saying 2021 we have to conduct census, are we saying because with census we need some in-person engagement, we are not going to conduct census? Are we not going to look at or leverage on the technology that we have? We probably have our biodata stored somewhere. So can't we use technology to conduct census? We are so used to the system where everything was manual. The banking, are we going to go into the banks and transact when we have our cell phones, when we have our computers? What we are basically saying, when you are going to the client system, co-create with the client, show them the possibilities, show that we also have these young ones who are tech savvy. As the manager, you don't have to believe that you have all the answers. These young ones, when they come, when you engage them, sometimes we leave them out of the decision making. And yet, these are the people who can assist us, particularly now when we are so much dependent on IT. The examinations, the schools, lessons are online, everything. What we are basically saying is that we know we are saying the policies, the government, everything will evolve in real time, and we need to adapt very fast. We are not going to say, we'll do that next year, because if we don't do that, we don't change immediately, we won't transform. For transformation to take place, we have to be alive to possibilities. I'll give the 2 minutes left to Mr. Patrick to go on to the next slide. So I don't waste time. I don't speak very fast. That is.
It's okay.
You are doing great. Just to add for the slide before, an emergent approach is not an event. It's not a project. It's not more work to do. It's creating the conditions in the organization, from technology to systems to policies to practices to everything. It's reforming the organization so that change becomes natural every day, and people have influence in that change, or they can get together and create things in real time, and they're supported. More than that, they're actually adults that do that outside of work. So change becomes natural, and it becomes a fluid system. So an emergent approach is really creating that form of organization, all the things that go into it, those conditions, so that change does become natural, and people can learn as they go and every day, and they can make the adjustments themselves. So rather than parent to child, hey, we're all adults working together. No, Banto, what did you want me to do here?
Just a brief explanation, I guess, of this.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of the fundamentals of OD has always been action research. And so this is just taking it a step further for the 21st century. And that's all emergent OD is. It's just an evolution of keeping the fundamentals of OD and moving into the 21st century with new technologies, new thoughts, new novels, and hopefully it's not stuck. It's going to continue to emerge itself and evolve. So what does this mean? Well, with action research, basically there was a single loop learning or problem solving. There's a single loop learning. You have a problem, you set a plan, you set actions, and you get results. And hopefully you learn from that. So it's basically problem-based. The next level of action research, as it evolved itself, is double loop learning, that you have a problem, you put into action, you look at results. But before you do the planning and action, check on, OD says, check on your assumptions about the problem itself. Check on assumptions that you're bringing to it. Align it to values and beliefs behind what you do. So there's an alignment there, and let's be aware of the assumptions we have about this problem. Then go into planning, action, results, feedback loop. Okay. So now we get into more of a triple loop learning. And that is, it's not just the problem itself, but what is the context that the problem holds, that's holding the problem? What are the things that are going around it? And also align it to our purpose as an organization and our principle, because that will guide the solutions we come up with. So, the next level, and I'm doing this very quick. There's another level too, that's called emergent learning. Well, a lot of times we get together, do problem solving in a group, and then we implement it as the first three levels. Next level is we constantly are learning and shifting things and getting feedback loops, because technology now is an open system, we get information. And so it's not learning in classroom, it's not learning in a special situation. We're constantly learning on the job. We learn from peers, we learn from other things, we learn from, And technology can really support this individual learning, even and competencies. We're just starting to bring this technology out. Real-time, and I just call it real-time continuous performance feedback streams. Streams of information from different sources that allow me to get better at what I do, have a broader perspective, look at relationships, what's my impact, what are the consequences that I'm doing, what do I bring to the organization, what does the organization bring to me. I also learn about change all the time because I can follow change patterns and the dynamics of change. I start understanding change, so change becomes natural. We also can form, especially with technology, collaborative learning networks, and that's happening now, that people can share. They don't have to be in the same room, but they can collaborate in their learning. We can learn from each other, new ideas, new information. So very functional level. And this is emergent learning.